really taken on some of those points. However, as Donald Trump does, he's also been critical of Vladimir Putin. He said he's disappointed in the way that they would have these conversations about, okay, Vladimir Putin would agree that, perhaps there could be some sort of shift. He would reassure President Trump on these phone calls as described by Donald Trump, and then he would find out hours later that, the Russians launched a new attack or something hours later after having what Trump thought was a positive conversation. Hours later, the Russian assaults on Ukraine would continue. So this is going to be one of those moments where you really can't predict what's going to sort of go into this. And it's sort of, you just look at the expectations that are being set by both the Kremlin and the White House. The White House saying that, if Donald Trump doesn't hear what he wants, there's a threat he could walk out. We've heard from the Russian side on this. They expect the meeting could go 6 to 7 hours. So again, it's one of those situations that until it happens, we really can't predict. It happens to be because there are these these leaders who they are. That adds to the volatility of this moment. But with so much at stake, it will matter so much in terms of if there is any sort of shift, what Donald Trump's going to say when he comes out of this meeting, what we might hear from Vladimir Putin out of this. But Putin has been consistent in a number of things. There are no indications at this point that he wants to ease up in his attacks on Ukraine. A number of rockets were launched, a number of missiles launched at Ukraine today in the hours leading up to the summit. One person was killed in an attack in southeastern Ukraine. There have been additional attacks as well. We've also seen some not so subtle messaging from people within the Russian delegation. We saw the Russian foreign minister wearing a sweatshirt that says CCCP. That's Russian for Soviet Union. That is not a subtle sort of decision there to sort of point to what, Vladimir Putin has made it no secret that he wants to reassemble the Soviet Union, that sort of thing. And that seems to be the bigger, bolder ambition. We heard from American news reports that the Russian media delegation made it known to reporters that served on the Russian plane to the Russian delegation was Chicken Kyiv. So things like that are meant to sort of just set sort of where it sends a message, a not subtle message about Russia's position heading into this.
Well, that is some incredible color there, Katie, that you were just bringing us. Like you say, there's a lot of symbolism that's playing into this. And there we go. The door of that Russian government plane has now opened. So we are now waiting for both of those leaders to emerge. This will be their first face-to-face meeting since 2019, that taking place in Japan. Of course, even more significant, the fact that this is happening on American soil. This is the first time that the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, has touched down, has stepped foot on American soil since 2015. Barack Obama was president, has been nearly a decade now. And as we wait for both of those leaders to emerge, to come down those staircases and for this meeting to get started, I'm wondering if just briefly here, Katie, if you can just talk about the political stakes for Donald Trump. Of course, we're used to seeing you in your perch from Washington, D.C., where you cover Donald Trump. So if you could just tell us the political stakes for him.
Yeah, so Donald Trump during the election campaign in 2024, and even earlier than that, he said that if he were to become president, if he were reelected, that he could end the war in 24 hours. Well, it has shown to be a far more difficult, far more complicated situation. He's also he has said that he would end the war. That is something that he campaigned on. He certainly wants to be, he views himself from his position as a peacemaker. He wants to have that when, people describe him, he wants that attached to his name. He wants to be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. These are the kinds of things he wants, or at least he talks about. So when he said, Donald Trump, again, has a history of making these bold statements, oversimplifying very complicated problems. And then when reality hits and then it doesn't go exactly as he says it goes, he sort of pivots and shifts and moves. So it's not just about Russia's war in Ukraine that this is something that's applicable to, but, it is, one of the things that he has continually done throughout his political career. Now, once Donald Trump returned to office, he did start to sort of try to insert himself into the peace peacemaking process. And there was concern, particularly from NATO allies, concern from Ukraine, because Donald Trump and some in the Republican Party had, especially particularly in the Republican Party, I want to talk from that point of view first. They were not happy with how much money the United States was putting into the war effort. They do not want to see American taxpayer dollars going into foreign wars. Donald Trump also campaigned on, being the candidate who would get America out of foreign wars, and that American taxpayer dollars are for America first purposes. Now, more broadly, the American position traditionally had been that, a stable, secure world is, if the United States is the leader in making sure that there's peace and stability, supporting allies so that, Russia does not destabilize Europe, that is a cause, and that is something that the United States will stand for. But, those attitudes and American voters sort of sending that message with some of the people they sent to Congress, particularly among some Republican lawmakers, not all. This is not a unified position from this party. But there had been great concern that America would back off from its role in being this massive support for weapons, for aid. Oh, we're starting to see some movement there. So, Hillary, I will be quiet. Oh, is that with the red tie?
That would be U.S. President Donald Trump. So there he is, emerging from Air Force One. Katie, thank you, of course, for all of that analysis. We really appreciate it. You can hear more of that from Katie Simpson tonight on Power and Politics. She'll be hosting that coming up at 5 p.m. But there we have it. Donald Trump walking down the steps there of Air Force One as he gets set to meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This will be their 7th known face-to-face meeting. And all of this, of course, coming at a pivotal time for both of these leaders, for Ukraine, for Europe. So much riding on this meeting. And I do believe we are also now seeing the Russian President Vladimir Putin emerging and walking down that staircase. Interesting timing there. Both of them coming out and coming down those staircases at the same time, even though Air Force One has been on the tarmac now for a little bit of time. So I'm wondering, Control Room, if there's any sound here, if we could even listen in for just a couple of seconds. Apparently there's no sound yet. Once there is, we'll bring that to you. Okay, so just a little bit of sound of both of those engines right now as these two men, it would appear, both walking down that red carpet right now. You can assume towards each other. We know that there is a platform at the end there that they'll be walking up to. We saw them vacuuming that platform just a short time ago in anticipation of this moment. It has now been nearly a decade since Russian President Vladimir Putin has been on U.S. soil. Of course, this is significant that it is happening in Alaska, as we were hearing not that long ago from the CBC's Lindsay Duncombe, who's there in Anchorage. Of course, the Russians sold that land, sold Alaska to the Americans back in 1867 for $7.2 million. At the time, that's about $130 million U.S. in today's terms. But here we have it. Putin walking down the carpet towards the American president, Donald Trump. It is expected that those two men, of course, looks like Donald Trump was just giving a little applause there as well, that they will meet behind closed doors. We know that the two of them have brought a number of advisors with them as well. Let's just wait in here, listen in for a second as these two men meet. And as we watch U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin up on that platform posing for a photograph, you can see those fighter jets behind them. Another handshake. There was an initial handshake as well. Let's listen in.
Stop killing civilians.
You could hear people there, I assume reporters, but yelling questions. The question I heard towards the Russian president was, Mr. Putin, will you stop killing civilians? Sort of setting the tone there. There was a bit of a shrug, it seems, as they now get into this motorcade and head towards their meeting. It does appear that they're actually getting in the same vehicle together as well. Of course, the Beast there, that vehicle that the U.S. president travels in, heavily fortified. And as we wait for that, and it's already back. I was going to say, as we wait for that feed to come back, I would like to bring in the CBC's Lindsay Duncombe, because she is on the ground in Anchorage, in Alaska. We are going to stay on these images right now. Significant, of course, those two leaders meeting, shaking hands on their way to this meeting. Lindsay, I'm hoping you can let us know what you are seeing and hearing right now.
Well, I am surrounded at the press center in Anchorage by reporters who are talking about these images, this moment, to audiences all over the world. I'm standing right next to a reporter who is from Ukraine. Imagine, just if we look at the images, I think it is important to just acknowledge the spectacle here and the significance that what we are seeing is that Vladimir Putin, who, if he had landed in an airport in another country, might be leaving in handcuffs because he has been accused by the International Criminal Court of war crimes. The United States is not a signatory to that, is now really being welcomed with a big smile and open arms by Donald Trump, President of the United States. And really, the hopes, the concerns, and the worries of Ukraine, of Europe, are now, over these next few hours, resting in Donald Trump's hands. And I'm really struck, as we look at these images, about just how crafted it is, which shouldn't be a surprise given the spectacles that both of these leaders are leaning in. Part of that, of course, is the fact that we are actually in Alaska, a place that used to belong to Russia, and that is very much part of the story that both of these leaders are telling here today. You do get the sense, though, that for how carefully planned these images are, there has been shifts behind the scenes, shifts in tone, including one of Putin's advisors earlier saying that this would be adversarial as we go into this meeting, and also shifts in who is going to attend these meetings. Initially, as Katie was talking about, we were expecting what the Kremlin was calling a tete-a-tete, which was just interpreters and the two leaders. Now that has been broadened to include advisors. A lot of nervousness here at the press center. I should say we are at a press center in downtown Anchorage. There are screens here that are showing these same images that are on television. There are journalists from all over the world. There are also journalists that are on that Air Force base that were taken by buses to be the ones that you were probably hearing yelling questions there. So they have been waiting and presumably will be part of the press conference at the end of this. I still don't believe we have an official word as to whether that will be a joint press conference or Donald Trump on his own, something that we expect would come as a result of how the meetings go.
Okay, Lindsay, thank you for this. We are going to be coming back to you, of course, but as we watch that motorcade depart, of course, there is so much to be talking about, analyzing what we just saw, the significance of that moment, those two leaders meeting on U.S. soil. So for more on that, I want to bring in the CBC's David Common, who is here in studio live with us. So, David, thank you for being here. I'm struck by the fact that those two leaders got in the same vehicle together. The Russian president wanted by the International Criminal Court in the back seat of the car with the U.S. president.
And one of the most up-armored vehicles in the world. I'm actually quite surprised that they put what is an adversary of the United States inside the vehicle from which you can launch a nuclear strike. Pushing that to the side for a moment, look at the moments before that. Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump smiling, walking down that red carpet together. In some ways, Vladimir Putin, the Russian leader, has already won. Because what has his point the entire time he's been president, the entire time he's been leader of Russia, has been to restore greatness, restore Russia to its once pinnacle Soviet Union self. Well, you saw his foreign minister arrive earlier today wearing a CCCP, the old Soviet Union shirt. I mean, that's symbolism right there. They're clearly trying to goad people with that. And this, in many ways, when you see that symbolism, is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants. Is this about Ukraine today? Yes. But it's about more than that. Vladimir Putin wants to restore greatness for Russia, restore himself as a great leader, get rid of the isolation that he's been pushed into by European leaders, among others, Canadians, previous American administrations. Well, he's succeeding. He is now with arguably the most powerful leader in the world on a red carpet, tete-a-tete, one-on-one.
On his home turf, too, on Donald Trump's home turf.
Indeed.
Now, something that we have been speaking about with our guests throughout the day is the fact that actually a good outcome here for Ukraine might be if Donald Trump does become annoyed or frustrated with the Russian president. He has said in recent days that he thinks he might be able to tell in just a few moments whether this is going to be a success or not. You have to think, though, that Putin is also thinking about that. So what do you think Putin will be doing in this meeting? What will be a success for him?
Vladimir Putin has for a very long time been the leader of Russia, whether he's been president or prime minister. But before that, let us not forget he was in the follower of the KGB and was in the KGB and worked in psychological operations and has made a living out of convincing other people to do the thing he wants them to do. And so that is what Donald Trump, Steve Witkoff, and the others in that room are up against, is a pro. And he's in there with Sergei Lavrov, who was wearing that CCCP, who is also, he's been foreign minister for decades. He really knows what he's doing, and he knows how to get what they want. Doesn't always work. It might not in this instance, but that's what the Americans and the Trump administration are up against in that room. What does Putin want when it comes to Ukraine? He has what are called maximalist goals. He's not looking for a negotiation. He is looking for everything he wanted in the beginning. And in this case, that is for full control of the 4 eastern states in Ukraine that border Russia. Right now, they only militarily control some of that. Now, usually when wars are drawn, when you call it, you say it's where soldiers are standing right now. Putin doesn't want that. He wants to go even further to where the Ukrainians hold, and he wants to get what's called the fortress line as well, which is a key defensive area. The Russian military has been unable to get past that point, is unlikely to get past that point anytime soon, and so they want to negotiate a way to leapfrog over it. And then potentially, you know, how long does a ceasefire last? Months, years, who knows?
Who knows? The other thing I was thinking about while we were watching all that play out, and just a note for our viewers here, what you're looking at right now, that podium, that is where we're anticipating there might be some sort of press conference at some point later on. It might involve both leaders. It might not. Of course, that is a big question mark for the day. So that is a spot, that podium, that we will continue to watch for you.
If one of them gets taken away,
yes,
that is symbolism
yes, exactly.
as well.
That will also be symbolism as well. And wouldn't that be an event if something like that were to happen as well, a real turn of events? But that is something we'll be watching for. Of course, Donald Trump has even threatened to walk out if this doesn't go the way he wants it to.
He has, and we'll see how things go. They've clearly started off on a friendly tone. We'll see how that conversation goes, but I suspect, given that the expectation is they come out together, that they may not resolve everything, and certainly the Ukrainians and the Europeans would prefer that they don't resolve anything, because that would quite likely be some agreement to hand over territory without Ukraine even being at the table to discuss that. Reminiscent of when the Second World War was ended and those great powers got together, the Soviet Union, the United States, Great Britain, France, and divvied up Europe and said, here's how things will go. And the smaller countries just basically have to take it.
In Yalta, in Crimea, of all places.
Of all places, yeah. Isn't that, it's quite something. So, you know, we'll see what comes out of this, but will it go on for hours and hours? Perhaps. ultimately, it is all to Vladimir Putin's potential benefit. There is no downside, really. The only potential thing is what Donald Trump has threatened, and that is much larger sanctions. There's no question the Russian economy is hurting, but let us not forget that while the Russian economy is hurting, Russia is still much larger and still has countries, China and India in particular, buying their oil, buying their products, and they're much bigger than Ukraine. They have the ability to withstand for longer, and we see it. They're launching thousands of drones, which are the primary implement used in this war now, that is killing, by some estimates, 1,000 Russian soldiers a day, 800 Ukrainian soldiers a day. We're not even talking about the civilians who also die in these drone attacks.
So huge costs, of course, on both sides.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you can talk to us, because I was certainly struck by it as we were watching those images, and I'm not sure if we can bring them back. This was not like other summits we've seen where maybe you were putting the country's scenery on display. You were trying to be a welcoming sort of force. That was an image of might. You had fighter jets. There was something very sort of militarized about the whole thing. What did you make of what we saw?
Well, there's clearly an attempt to create a spectacle, and despite of the fact this has been thrown together quite quickly.
Right.
You think about the G7.
In a week.
In a week. Because you think about the G7 that happened in Kananaskis, Alberta earlier this year. I mean, that was years in the making. They had a resort. No, this is a tarmac with, I think the guy driving the stair car up there was wearing a hoodie. It is a military base, but it is trying to get things in order very, very quickly. But yes, they have taken some of the military aircraft that are based there at Elmendorf, including, it looked like F-35 fighters to me. You think you spotted, and I think you're right, a B-2 bomber aircraft that was also there. But look at that symbolism. This is what Vladimir Putin has wanted. He has wanted to be there side by side. And if Donald Trump, if his ultimate goal is realized here, trying to end the bloodshed and end the killing, then, that is a worthy goal. But it is, of course, at what cost?
At what cost? And that was something that we've been hearing from Ukrainian Canadians throughout the day who've been on, also wondering what that cost could be. Okay, David, for now, thank you for this. You will be back, of course, throughout the afternoon. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
CBC's David Common. Okay, so for more analysis, let's bring in Andrew Rasulis. He is a fellow at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, and he's also a retired Department of National Defence official. We have reached him this afternoon, St. Joseph Island, Ontario. So thank you so much, as always, for being here on such an important day.
You're very welcome, Hillary. Pleasure.
If we can, let's start with the symbolism, what I was just speaking about there with David, what it looked like when those two men, those two leaders, met each other, I should say, and shook hands on that red carpet.
Well, the symbolism is of two great powers, the leaders of two great powers meeting. That means Russia is accepted as a great power. The other one, of course, being out there is China. So you've got the United States, Russia, China. They're all great powers. And this is a very important bilateral meeting that will set the agenda for American and Russian relationships, and the Russians will press the economic aspects of that, as well as, of course, to look at where can we go on settling the war between Russia and Ukraine.
And what about Vladimir Putin? I'm wondering what you anticipate he will be like in that meeting. Of course, we are not going to be able to see behind closed doors. You don't know for sure, but I'm even just watching him right here as he's walking down that carpet. We saw him earlier today in Russia's Far East, trying to seem quite calm and cool and collected. How do you anticipate he will be positioning himself in this meeting?
I think he can read Trump very well. Knows Trump very well, and will position himself in a way that Trump will find appealing. I don't think he's going to take on Trump in any negative way. He will do everything he can to prevent the so-called walkout to occur. So I think there will be, at the end of the day here, in a few hours, a success of some sort. The specifics, we all have to wait to see what will be, but I don't think it will be a failure. I think there will be a measure of success. Looking down the road in terms of Ukraine, we're going to see, but I think there will be some longer term discussions as to where we go. On bilaterals, we'll have to wait and see. There could be some interesting developments.
I also have to think that European leaders are also probably in their own ways watching this in some capacity right now, wondering what is going to happen next, what we will hear, possible press conference later on. How do you think this is going to be playing out in some of those conference rooms in European capitals today?
Well, I think they're watching this with a bit what I call a reality check in terms of they're big powers, but they're not great powers. And their role is being illustrated by this, that they're not at the table here. They may be down the road, and they've been talking to Trump, he's been listening. They're not co-equals. This is the big takeaway. And I think they're getting a big reality check as a result of that. And of course, the same applies for Ukraine. Now, again, Ukraine will have a decision to make, regardless of what happens today, as to whether they want to go along with the process of a negotiation that will still come, because you can't stop the war without the Ukrainians stopping fighting. If they wish to continue to fight, they can continue to fight.
Well, and when we're talking about territory, of course, because that is something that has been spoken about, land swaps, the Ukrainians have said that is a red line for them. Donald Trump has spoken about this as early as today. He did say that would be a decision for the Ukrainians to make. How do you square all of these different positions at this point?
Well, exactly. These are negotiations. So the Russians have stated when Vitkov was in Moscow, the Russians made a nuanced move on the territorial question. They said, if the Ukrainians
Andrew, I'm just going to hop in. You'll have to forgive me. I am just going to interrupt you for a second because we do have some video coming into us that I would like to play for our viewers.
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay, so as soon as we can parse exactly what that was, you'll have to forgive us there, Andrew, trying to make sense of this in real time as it's being fed into our newsroom here. I'm not sure that we saw or heard a ton there, but if you can continue with that thought, we were talking about this idea of land swaps, and how do you square that if you have all these different sides with very different ideas?
Yeah, so this will be the art of the negotiation now. So very quickly then, Putin proposed to Vitkov in Moscow a week ago, which led to this meeting actually taking place, that the Russians, instead of demanding Ukrainian withdrawal from all 4 of the oblasts, would demand the Ukrainian withdrawal from the Donetsk Oblast in the middle. That's where what David Common was talking about, the fortress belt is. So if the Ukrainians voluntarily walk back from that, the Russians have said they will not demand access to the remainder of the 2 oblasts below, that's Zaporizhia and Kherson. That, from a Russian point of view, is a bit of a swap because they want the whole thing, and they're saying, well, we won't take the whole thing if you give us part of it. That's part of land swap discussions. That's what's on the table. That's not where it's going to end, but that's the dynamic, and we're in the middle of it right now.
How do you think all of this might end? I know that's almost an impossible question to be asking you, but based on what you're seeing and the sequence of events leading up to all of this, how do you think all of this might end?
Well, the one thing I can say with reasonable assurance is the Russian army is not going to walk backwards. So I don't think there will be any cessation of land from the Russian side. The Ukrainians are determined to fight and hold every bit of ground they currently have. So I think that the battlefield momentum, which right now does favor the Russians, particularly in the last week or so, the Russians have made some interesting probing attacks. If the Ukrainians feel they can keep holding, they will. If they feel that they're at the risk of breaking, then they'll negotiate some measure of discussion with that. But again, the bottom line, I think, in this will be what's called de jure, de facto. The Russians are demanding de jure by law, acquisition of those lands. The Ukrainians will, I believe, their concession will be de facto. They agree as a matter of fact. And I'll give you a little historical thing. 1974, Cyprus. The Turkish army invaded Cyprus and established a Turkish Cypriot republic. Only Cyprus recognizes that de jure. The rest of the world looks at it de facto, but it exists. We may see something like that come out here. The other thing is the Korea 53 option, where basically the armies feel that there's nothing more to gain through military exertions, and basically they agree to stop where they are and live with it.
Andrew, this is why we call on you on days like this, because we do always appreciate all of the insight and the analysis. We are going to leave it there for now, but of course, I imagine we'll be speaking again in the coming days and coming weeks as all of this plays out. But for now, thank you for this. That was Andrew Rasoulis. I do want to now bring you back to what we were looking at just a few moments ago. Let's listen into this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, Brad.
Okay, we were just listening in to that, about 30 seconds there, coming into our newsroom from inside that meeting. You could see the two leaders there and then members of their inner circle as well. I saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio. You saw that special envoy, Steve Witkoff, as well. And then on the Russian side, you could see the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and some of those other top officials that both of those leaders have brought with them. As feeds, as tape, like you were just looking at, right there starts to come into our newsroom. Of course, we will be bringing that to you at home as we get those little snippets, that little bit of an inside view of what this meeting might be like. For now, I would like to bring back the CBC's Cameron McIntosh. He's joining us once again from Washington. So, Cam, what are Americans' opinions on what is happening between Russia and Ukraine at this point?
Well, you know, Ukraine has been a burning issue here in the United States now ever since the invasion, right? Joe Biden, then President Joe Biden, was very quick to come to Ukraine's aid and to a lot of degrees spared no expense. About 174 billion US dollars, taxpayer dollars, has gone into the defense of Ukraine. And, you know, politically, that's been tough to swallow for a lot of people, right? The notion of basically, once again, US tax dollars funding a foreign war, right? So not that there's American boots on the ground, but certainly there's American industry involved here and American tax dollars. So for Republicans, that has long been a sore point. Donald Trump campaigned on ending this war, famously said he could do it in 24 hours. Here we are. Now we're almost 7 months into his second term. An opinion poll came out today indicating that opinions towards Ukraine here in the United States and helping Ukraine have grown more favorable, but still about 47% of the public says that it doesn't feel as though Ukraine is or should be a responsibility for the United States. So when it comes to this notion of defending Western values or defending American interests by defending Ukraine, there's a disconnect in this country. A big bill is being paid, but there's also a disconnect. So Donald Trump today, when he left for Alaska early this morning, leaving the White House, he really kind of personified the stakes of this here. For days, he'd been kind of downplaying this as a listening meeting. He posted this to his Truth Social site, basically 2 words: high stakes. That coming from the man who, has long portrayed himself as the master negotiator. So yes, there's a lot on the line here. There's a lot on the line for Donald Trump. It's his reputation. He's gone out and basically told the world many times over that he is the only person that can stop this war. He's even suggested that he should get a Nobel Prize if he should be able to do that. Opinion polls here again in Ukraine and in America both indicate that there's not a strong feeling that Donald Trump will bring this to a resolution or will be able to bring this to a resolution by himself. Today on Air Force One, shortly after takeoff, he did kind of put a marker down. This is something to really watch closely here today. He basically said he's looking for an agreement for a ceasefire. He says he's not going to negotiate land, says that's not for him to do. That's not his place. He made that promise to European leaders. He's made that promise to Zelensky, who he's promised to call immediately after this. But he says he wants a ceasefire today and a commitment from Russia that they will get to the table with Ukraine and likely with the EU as well. So we'll see if that comes about. President Trump is threatening harder sanctions against Russia if that does not come to pass. And again, as mentioned all through the day here, the White House is saying that Donald Trump walking out of this meeting is certainly a possibility, but in the beginning here, it looks pretty warm. I'm just watching pictures of Trump and Putin right now, and it looks like a warm reception. That was certainly a friendly handshake out on the tarmac.
It was a friendly handshake, Cam, and then I even noticed after the fact there was even a bit of a pat on the back as well that Donald Trump seemed to give to Putin. So to your point, those initial indicators do not seem to be pointing towards one of these leaders walking out. But of course, that's something that we'll be watching for in the hours ahead. For now, thank you for this. The CBC's Cameron McIntosh for us there in Washington. So where does Canada fit into all of this? To look at the Canadian perspective, let's bring in the CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian. He joins us now from Ottawa with more on that. So Rafi, thank you for joining us here on this. What is Canada? What are Canadian officials going to be watching for in this meeting today?
You know, Hillary, Prime Minister Mark Carney has had a couple of phone calls with Donald Trump, has met him a couple of times. I don't think he's been inside the beast the way Vladimir Putin was just now. Now, Canada, of course, has been an ally of Ukraine, particularly through these years of war. Canada has given hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid. They have enacted sanctions against Russia. They received Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky here in Ottawa. Of course, a lot of this was under Carney's predecessor, Justin Trudeau, but the tone has not shifted much. In fact, Carney spoke to Zelensky earlier this week. Then he had that meeting with the Coalition of the Willing. That's the group of Western countries that have been backing Ukraine, a meeting where Carney talked to his French and UK counterparts. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was there. Zelensky was there too. Then just yesterday, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke to her Ukrainian counterpart. And the upshot from all of these conversations and meetings has been that Canada will not accept anything which sees Ukraine give up parts of its territory. Anand even said that she will continue to hold Russia accountable for its illegal war against Ukraine. Now, again, keep in mind, Canada has enacted sanctions against Russia, and so the big question for Canadian officials in Ottawa is kind of the same big question for Western capitals around the world. What's going to come of today's meeting? Is there going to be some kind of thaw in this diplomatic chill between the U.S. and Russia? And then will that have some kind of impact on Canada's own relationships, whether that's with Ukraine or Russia or the United States?
Okay, Rafi, so much to be watching for. And of course, if you do hear or see any more reaction out of Ottawa, please do bring it to us. For now, thank you. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. A live look for you now. That is Anchorage, Alaska. U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin touched down at this Air Force base just a short time ago. The two leaders are expected to sit down for a high-stakes meeting discussing a possible ceasefire in the Ukraine war. We have every angle covered for you with the latest information and analysis. We'll also have live updates from our reporters throughout the afternoon. For more on this, though, I'd like to bring in Jeremy Kinsman. He's a former Canadian ambassador to Russia, the European Union, and also the former High Commissioner to the UK, among many other diplomatic posts. And he is joining us today from Victoria. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Hi, thanks for asking me.
I'm wondering what your initial thoughts were as we were watching that play out, those two leaders shaking hands on the tarmac there at that Air Force base in Alaska.
Well, I was surprised by the two of them getting into the beast. That's a first. But there are a lot of firsts about this meeting, Hillary. I've never heard of a major summit, a summit between what used to be the two superpowers, taking place 7 days after it was announced. It's not slapdash. It just shows that there's a political urgency here. And more on Trump's side than on Putin's side. I think Putin is playing a game by and large of ragging the puck, as Canadians would say, playing for time. He's going to offer Trump some sweeteners, mineral access to Siberia, probably reopen New START negotiations, nuclear arms negotiations, as used to take place between the United States and the Soviet Union. The New START treaty comes up for revision next year. And I think that Putin will try to situate in his mind for Trump the relative, not triviality, but secondary importance of the Ukraine battle compared to the massive kind of global importance of the two superpowers ensuring nuclear stability. So I think, that's going to happen.
Ambassador Kinsman,
course,
you mentioned, and sorry to hop in here, but you did mention just a short time ago that there does seem to be some political pressure, that Trump seems to feel more pressured to go in and have this meeting. Why do you think that is?
Well, Trump's a guy of the moment. I mean, he's under pressure to dominate the news cycle every single day. And look at you guys all over the world doing this right now. I mean, he's in everybody's sight at the moment. But he's got to pull it off. And his supreme self-confidence probably isn't enough. I have to tell you that there has been extreme anxiety in Europe, certainly among United States allies, with Zelensky. I certainly think with Carney, and even I think to some extent in his own camp, that going one-on-one with Putin as advertised, it could be a fiasco. I mean, we saw what happened in Finland in 2018. Fortunately, the format's been enlarged so that I guess, as your previous guests have said, Trump isn't going to be alone. He's going to be with Rubio and Witkoff, and Putin will be with the venerable, longstanding Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, and Ucharov, his longstanding foreign affairs advisor. And they're not there to mind Trump, to tone him down or anything. But I think it is a sign that they recognize that there's more involved here in just the relationship. Putin very much wants to reset the relationship. He's a make Russia great again guy. He has been for 20 years. He wants to get Russian stature and world role back to what it used to be. And being received by the American president like this, with all of the attention, is right up his alley.
And what about Prime Minister Carney? What about Prime Minister Carney? Because you did mention him, Ambassador Kinsman, just a moment ago,
yeah.
and we haven't spoken a lot about all of that today, because we do know that the Prime Minister participated in this, what they've called this coalition of the willing, virtual meeting earlier this week. He's been a supporter of Ukraine for the time he's been in office. What do you think Ottawa is going to be watching for?
Well, I don't think, look, let's be frank. I mean, Prime Minister Carney, great as he is, and I think he's played a helpful role here, and he's played the right one, is not on the mind of either of the participants. And I think to some extent, Friedrich Merz might be, and the principal Europeans, because they have made it very clear that the kind of, deferential, some would say sucking up to Trump, that they've been doing over the last 6-7 weeks over tariffs, maybe was the wrong technique. And on this, they have to be unified. This is a European security issue of vital importance to them. It is a war in Europe. And they are the ones, because the United States is pulling out of supporting Ukraine materially and financially, they're the ones, along with Canada, who are going to be paying for it. Now, I think the Europeans are very thankful that Canada, a North American country, is also all in. I don't know what all in means. And that's something that Ottawa is going to be concerned about. But all in means being part of a coalition of the willing that is going to provide the one essential ingredient to a ceasefire, and that is backup security. Because otherwise, they don't trust Putin at all. They believe if he does take a ceasefire, it'll just be to reposition, restock his forces there, which are more numerous than the Ukrainians, in order to take another shot in a couple of months' time. So Canada is very much part of it. But, we shouldn't think that right now we're bystanders.
Okay, Ambassador Kinsman, as always, we really do appreciate this. Thank you for joining us today. Jeremy Kinsman is a former Canadian ambassador to Russia. Thank you, sir. We do want to stay on this, so I'd now like to bring in Bogdan Nahailo. He's the chief editor of the Kiev Post, and he's joining us today from Warsaw. So welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. On my way back to Kiev.
On your way back to Kiev. Okay, so what is the feeling, sir, as far as you can tell at this point, in Ukraine about this meeting?
Very skeptical, very angry, in fact, about the way that Trump has managed it, initially leaving Zelensky out and being forced by the support that has been shown by Europe for Zelensky to backtrack and not to be talking now about swaps of territory over Ukraine's head, and deals being made with Putin, and saying in the last days simply that this is a sounding Putin out meeting, but not a meeting to actually resolve anything. So nothing much is expected. The great hope would be that it opens a process, that there is a follow-up, another meeting at which not simply Zelensky, but Europe will be represented and others, and that it is a meaningful one and not simply two Tarzans trying to sort of make themselves look good in the international jungle. Note, for example, yeah, can I just add, note, for example, I don't know if others have mentioned this, of the people that are in Trump's team, Rubio, Witkoff, where is Kellogg, his special representative for Ukraine, his only representative that is knowledgeable about and has been to Ukraine recently? Where is he? What does that say about, the preparation for this meeting?
It's a good question. I was going to ask you there about what you were talking about, sir, that this idea that there could be another summit, because that is something that President Trump has said is a goal, that there might be a second summit, that all three leaders might be there, as you said, possibly even a European contingent as well. What do you think it would take for President Zelensky to agree to that, to sit down with Vladimir Putin?
Zelensky is a seasoned player now. He's not from a political background, but he's learnt on his feet. He's been compared to Churchill, and he's certainly, done the rounds internationally. He realizes, and Ukrainians realize, that a trilateral meeting with Putin and Trump and him could end up as a kidnapping ploy, two heavies, two bullies, bullying the victim. So I think it's very important for Zelensky to try, and if there is a follow-up, to try and get a meeting where Europe, at least Europe's chief leaders, perhaps even the UN. Look, the UN doesn't do anything. So Guterres has been very disappointing in all this. But symbolically, the UN Charter plays a role. And certainly having somebody like the Secretary General of the UN as a neutral observer would be very important, because Trump, let's face it, he's not just violated, he's ignored international law, he's ignored the UN Charter. So this is not just about Ukraine, it's about wrecking the international system, welcoming today on a red carpet a mass murderer, a war criminal wanted by international justice mechanisms. So, we have to be careful and not rush into and say, oh, let's hope that next time Zelensky will be invited. It shouldn't be Zelensky should be invited. There should be proper procedure in accordance with the ground rules set out by the international community since the Second World War, and not ignored.
Well, and we heard just a little bit earlier on today from the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that Ukrainians are still dying, that at this point there does not seem to be any indication from Moscow, from Russia, that they would like to see a ceasefire, would like to see peace. Zelensky making that point today on Telegram, that Ukrainians are still dying. Can you bring us up to speed just a little bit on what it is like at this point on the front lines of this battle? Because it does go on.
Sorry, just to point out, he's Volodymyr Zelensky, not Vladimir. Putin is Vladimir. We're Volodymyr, just as we have Kyiv, not Kiev. Look, the situation is very tense and dire. People are in Ukraine very tired, exhausted, psychologically traumatized by the incessant bombing, air attacks, but they're handling that. And the big worrying factor is the Eastern Front, the front line, where the Russians are using cannon fodder tactics and desperately trying to break through at any human cost and to seize more territory in the event that there is some kind of lasting ceasefire. So for Ukrainians, what is important is A, to stop any breakthrough on land, to seize more territory, and most importantly, B, to get meaningful security guarantees. Because even if you have a ceasefire, what's the guarantee that next week, in a month's time, in 2 weeks' time, in 2 years' time, after Russia has regrouped its forces, it won't attack again even more forcefully. So Ukraine desperately needs the security backing that it's not on its own and that it can rely on the free world to continue supporting it and to draw the red lines for Russia. Russia, as you see, Russia wants what? It would probably be prepared today to agree to some kind of ceasefire in the sky, because the Ukrainians are hitting very hard their oil refineries, their military industrial targets, and they're suffering a lot, much more than they were a year or two ago, from very sophisticated, modernized Ukrainian attacks. And they would like to stop that, and they would like to ease sanctions and certainly prevent any intensification of sanctions. So there will be the semblance of wanting to negotiate, but will they actually give way, retreat on the ground, give back some territory, and agree to a meaningful ceasefire, which is guaranteed by international actors?
Sir, thank you for your time today. We do appreciate you making a little bit of time for us and your perspective. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
We are now going to return to the CBC's David Common, although I do believe there are a few people who have just stepped up to the podium here. This might just be an audio test. They're not speaking. Okay, so that is something that we are going to continue to monitor for you. And if anything develops on that front, of course, we'll bring that back to you. But for now, the CBC's David Common is back with me here in studio. So as we've been listening to some of these guests, you certainly do get the impression here that on the Ukrainian side, there's a lot of anxiety watching this play out. They're being spoken about without being in the room. So how much longer can all of this really continue without some sort of ceasefire?
Well, Ukraine is losing this war, but they're losing very, very slowly, and they're showing incredible ingenuity in the ways in which they're fighting back. You heard about it there, that they have created a domestic drone industry that is very, very good at penetrating Russian defenses, hitting areas that matter for the economy, oil refineries. We saw the spectacular attack some months back when they launched drones against the very bombers that have been dropping bombs on Ukrainian towns and cities and killing people and kids and more. And so you have an understanding about why the Ukrainians are invested in trying to protect the one thing that they have. As you hear when you're in Ukraine repeatedly, if Russia loses this war, they lose face. If we lose this war, we lose our country. And so there are different stakes at play. But to the point of your question, how much longer can this go on? I don't actually have a numerical answer. I can't tell you it's a year or 2 or 3 or 5. Here's what we do know. Russia's bigger. It's got a bigger military-industrial complex. It's got more people that it can throw at that fight. And so when you hear talk about cannon fodder, and absolutely there is that, they have more people to be able to do that. They have a massive deficit. Their economy is being hurt. They aren't able to spend the same amount on their military as they once did, but they're spending close to 20% of their GDP on military and security things right now. You think about just the sheer number of people. So the average salary in Russia is about $19,000 a year. If you survive for a year as a Russian soldier, which is far from a given, right, your salary goes up to about $100,000 a year. And so there's this massive motivation, financial motivation to go and join the military and be part of that. If you happen to survive, not be killed by a drone, then you get this giant payday. If you don't get the payday, you get killed, your family gets a life insurance policy, and a significant one. And so that's the drive. Ukraine has a significant manpower problem. They have from the very beginning of this. They've resisted more, stronger forms of the draft and for domestic political reasons, but they have a real shortage. There are very few frontline units that have the number of soldiers that they need. And so that's why this has turned really into one of these battles of drones between the front lines. And they become incredibly effective, very deadly. Other countries around the world learning from them.
Okay, we are going to have more coverage from you throughout the afternoon. For now, thank you for this. Like you say, the stakes really couldn't be higher at this point for the Ukrainians. We are going to show you a live look now at that Air Force base in Anchorage, Alaska. Our thanks to David Common. We will be speaking with him again. U.S. President Donald Trump is meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin right now. We will bring you the latest straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Hillary Johnstone. This is CBC News Network. Andrew Nichols is away. We're following an historic meeting happening in Alaska this hour. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are holding pivotal talks in Anchorage. The stakes are high. It's the first face-to-face meeting, I should say, between the American and Russian leaders since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 3.5 years ago. The two leaders greeted each other last hour on the tarmac after landing. The White House has downplayed expectations, calling it a listening exercise. Without Ukraine's participation, many feel it's little more than political theater. There are fears, too, that Putin could use the meeting to drive a wedge between the U.S. and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The CBC's Lindsay Duncombe is in Anchorage, Alaska, and she joins us now with more. So, Lindsay, you were there with us, of course, last hour as all of this was playing out. What's the reaction to this meeting?
Well, where I am right now is the press center in downtown Anchorage, and the world's media have assembled here to document this historic meeting between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. I asked the Ukrainian reporter who is standing next to me, what was it like to see those images of Putin landing, the split screen with the Russian plane and Air Force One, the smiles and the handshake on the tarmac as these two leaders greeted each other. This, of course, ending Putin's isolation, which the Western world has imposed on Russia since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. That reporter just gave me 2 words. She said, "It hurts." I want to show you the scene here at the press center where we are. This is an incredibly important deal for European nations in particular. We have heard the Europeans meeting with Donald Trump ahead of this summit. Of course, Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is not part of these talks. He did participate in that Zoom meeting, and we have since heard from Donald Trump that he is not attempting to negotiate on Ukraine's behalf, that instead this is a beginning, a listening session. And those sentiments were calming or calmed the nerves of people in Estonia. That is the small country that borders Russia that has been watching so closely the aggression, the war in Ukraine. I spoke to one of the reporters for the public broadcaster there. Here's what she told me.
It's going to affect our future as well, what's happening today. We do share a border with Russia. We're a teeny tiny nation. Luckily, we are in European Union and we are in NATO, so that's our hope. But today, I guess our biggest fear is that there's going to be a deal behind Ukraine's back, which means our biggest hope is there is not going to be any deal today.
So the hope of the people that she is reporting to would be that this would be, as the White House says, a first step. But there is much we do not know about what is happening behind those closed doors right now.
And Lindsay, what do we know? As you say, there's lots that we don't know, especially whatever is being said behind closed doors at this point. But what do we know about how we think the rest of this will play out?
Well, we know there's been a lot of changes and a lot of adaptations behind the scene. In fact, just as Air Force One was landing, the press secretary said that there would be a change to the first part of the meeting. It was initially supposed to be what the Kremlin was calling a tete-a-tete. That's just Putin and just Trump and their interpreters talking about how to end the war in Ukraine. And that changed to include the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, as well as the special envoy for Ukraine for the United States. So that happens first, and then there is to be an expanded meeting. And the people who are going to be in that expanded meeting really represent economic portfolios. They include the American Defense Secretary, Commerce Secretary, and Treasury Secretary. A signal that what we hear from these leaders might go beyond the war in Ukraine, although Donald Trump has said that he doesn't want to talk economics or or reducing sanctions or making any business deals unless they make progress on the war. And I've been in this position before where we're waiting to find out what comes out of a Trump-Putin summit. And I think in many ways you can expect the unexpected. In 2018 in Helsinki, that's when Donald Trump came out and basically repudiated the analysis from the United States about Russian interference in the 2016 election, something he later tried to walk by. But I think everyone, especially the people here who are listening and watching on behalf of those Baltic states and especially Ukraine, anticipating this outcome with bated breath.
And we will be watching to see, of course, how all of this plays out. But for now, Lindsay, thank you for this. The CBC's Lindsay Duncombe for us there in Anchorage, Alaska. The CBC's Cameron McIntosh is also joining us now from Washington. So, Cam, what are the stakes for Donald Trump? How has he been framing this meeting?
Well, the stakes in this are very big for the U.S. president, for reputation, for his legacy, for his standing as the world's most powerful man, presumably, as the president of the United States has traditionally been in recent decades. But you take a look at this over the last week or so, Donald Trump has really kind of both lowered expectations and raised expectations in a way that only really he can. For several days now, he's basically been saying that this meeting is a listening meeting, that this is going out to really kind of feel out the Russian position. Then today, he kind of raised the ante a bit. He posted, as he was leaving the White House, onto his Truth social media platform, 2 words: high stakes. This from the man who portrays himself as the great negotiator. So here he is. He's meeting with Putin in Anchorage right now. He had said going into this meeting that he would know within minutes whether this would be a productive meeting, and presumably they're still in there. They're still talking. They're not alone. Trump and Putin have both brought delegations with them. Sitting with Trump in this is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, as well as his special envoy, Steve Witkoff. So what role they're playing in this is not entirely clear. Also, some very senior members of Trump's cabinet are also in Anchorage. Among them, Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce. And here's why that may be significant. The Russians are coming into this meeting really kind of looking for some economic promises from Trump and promises on greater cooperation, sort of a reset of the U.S.-Russia relationship. Trump, on the other hand, has been threatening tougher sanctions. So that economic question, that may be where Lutnick comes in. Lutnick has really been kind of the architect of Trump's global tariffs, including the tariffs that have been placed on Canada. So watch for that. Watch for that in this. Also for Trump, what does success look like? Well, today, shortly after Air Force One took off, he spoke with reporters and he basically said he's looking for an immediate ceasefire today, with a promise that Russia will sit at a table with Ukraine and likely European leaders as well. Trump saying he believes that Vladimir Putin has come to Alaska to make a deal, but the White House has also said he could walk out of this meeting, and it looks like he hasn't done that yet.
Not at this point, Cam, like you say. Now, the other thing to be watching for in terms of how this plays out is how this plays out domestically for Americans. But heading into all of this, what did we know about Americans' opinions on what's been happening between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, there is a strong feeling in this country among some people that this is not America's war and that America maybe should not be involved in it. Now, there is a lot of foreign war fatigue from the last 2 decades here in the United States. A Pew Research Center poll came out today indicating that while support for Ukraine in the U.S. has been on the rise in recent weeks and months, that still about 47% of Americans don't think that Ukraine is, or defending it, is in America's interests or is America's responsibility. So you put that against the price tag financially that America has footed here, starting with President Joe Biden. It's been about $174 billion. There's a lot of pressure on Trump to not be spending American tax dollars on foreign wars, and a strong feeling of that within the Republican Party. So Trump is dealing with that. Meanwhile, opinion polls in both here in both America and in Ukraine indicate that there isn't a lot of faith amongst the populations of either country that Donald Trump would be the man to solve this. Now, watching this all today, of course, closely is Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who is not at this meeting, was not invited to it. He's hoping for a follow-up meeting out of this where some real negotiations with Russia can occur. He's saying basically, hey, Trump is our guy. This is our chance right now. That everything counts on a strong U.S. position today. He also called out Russia for continuing to attack Ukraine today on a day where there's supposed to be negotiations. So that's all happening as well. Trump, meanwhile, has long insisted he is the only man that can stop this war, that can bring this to a peaceful conclusion. He's even suggested he should get a Nobel Prize for doing so when he does it. Again, polls indicating here in the U.S. and in Ukraine showing little faith that he can pull that off.
Cam, thank you for all of this. We do appreciate it. The CBC's Cameron McIntosh for us there in Washington. Well, for more on all of this, I'd like to bring in Alina Beketova. She's a fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, and she joins us today. Thank you and welcome for being here.
Thanks for the invitation.
What's your impression at this point of what the feeling is inside Ukraine as all of this is playing out in Alaska?
Well, there is a lot of anxiety and there is a lot of hope, interestingly, for Ukrainians. There are experts who say that, today they're not going to even watch it because nothing will come out of this meeting. But there are experts who say this is a very important meeting. But from what we learn and from what your reporters and analysts say, and from what Donald Trump has already said, today's meeting between him and Vladimir Putin may create the groundwork for bigger decisions ahead. Because as Trump himself even said, this is just a feel-out meeting. And the second one, possibly with President Zelensky, would be more productive. But if you remember, he also said that this meeting has like 25% of failure. So even if participants of this meeting are not sure what will happen there, we should definitely watch there. But Donald Trump said that I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. But he plans to call Zelensky and European leaders right after to share what is possible. I think for Putin, this meeting is an opportunity to pull Trump to his side. He wants to continue his attacks on Ukraine and prevent any European or NATO future for the country. No security for Ukraine, no deterrence, relief of sanctions for Russia. For President Zelensky and European leaders, it's crucial that their message was heard. No territorial concessions, a ceasefire, and the strong security guarantees for Ukraine. Now the question is, which side will Donald Trump choose?
Which side will Donald Trump choose? And of course, that's something that we'll be listening for if there is this press conference at the end of the meeting to hear one way or the other how everything went and how Donald Trump seems to be feeling about how everything went. I'm wondering if you can bring us up to speed on what the feeling is around the state of the fighting in Ukraine, because there is still a battlefield. Even though all of this is playing out in Alaska, of course, the fighting continues. What is the update on that front?
Well, unfortunately, you're quite right, and the fighting has continued. And actually, in July 2025 has been the most severe month for Ukrainians since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Russia has intensified its attacks, and according to the British intelligence, launched around 6,200 aerial attack systems in just 1 month. So Russian kamikaze drones are still being used alongside missiles to overwhelm and confuse Ukraine's air defense system. Right now, very hard situation is on the Donetsk front, where we have Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and Dobropilya, and unfortunately, and of course, Pokrovsk. And, I read a lot of Telegram channels of the Ukrainian commanders, and they say that basically the answer right now is to equip them with necessary weapons and just to observe what is going on the eastern part of Ukraine, because Russians are so great at distracting, because we all understand that right now all eyes in the world are on the meeting between Trump and Putin. And at this particular moment, the Russian army is not stopping. They continue attacking Ukraine, and they continue killing civilians and military personnel of Ukraine, unfortunately.
Alina, we've had other guests on today, one of whom said that, in her opinion, one of the best outcomes today could actually be that Donald Trump does become frustrated with Putin. Is that a view, an opinion that you share as well, that could be a good outcome here for Ukraine if Donald Trump becomes more and more upset with the Russian leader?
Well, I mean, he was upset. I think he has been upset the last 1.5 months because we all remember his social media tweets that he wrote, Vladimir, stop, and that he clearly said that he was not happy with Putin, but that actually didn't lead anywhere. And right now what we're hearing from Donald Trump, he said that there will be severe consequences if Moscow refuses a peace deal, but he hasn't actually said what those consequences would be. So far, the only major action is a 25% tariff on Indian imports, accusing New Delhi of indirectly funding Russia's war, and an extra 25% tariff on purchases of oil and weapons from Russia. But it's true that since January 2025, the administration hasn't imposed meaningful new sanctions. And we all understand that the Russian economy is adapting. So actually, if Donald Trump will want to impose these severe consequences, that probably will be new sanctions.
Alina, thank you. We're going to leave it there for today, but it is so great to have you on. We do appreciate your perspective today. Alina Beketova is a fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis.
Thank you.
So where does Canada fit into all of this? Well, to look at the Canadian perspective, let's bring in the CBC's Rafi Bouchikanian. He joins us now from Ottawa with more on all of this. So, Rafi, what is Canada watching for today?
Hillary, Canada has made it clear that they do not want to see any kinds of territorial concessions from Ukraine in any resolution of this war. For years now, Canada has been an ally of Ukraine. They've provided military aid, they've enacted sanctions against Russia. There was that big visit from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to Ottawa in September 2023. Of course, most of this was under the last Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, but there hasn't been a big shift from Mark Carney on this particular file. He spoke to Zelensky earlier this week. He also had a meeting with the Coalition of the Willing, that group of Western countries that's been similarly backing Ukraine. During that meeting, he spoke to his counterparts in France and the UK, as well as US Vice President J.D. Vance. Zelensky himself was at that meeting too. And then just yesterday, Carney's Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, spoke to her Ukrainian counterpart. And there's been one kind of through line through all of these conversations and meetings, and it's that unwillingness from Canada to see anything happen where Ukraine would give up swaths of its territory. Anand even said that she will continue to hold Russia accountable for its illegal war. So the language has still been quite hawkish on Russia, similar to what we've seen in these last few years. However, I will note that some of the traditional liberal members of government who have been quite vocal about Ukraine's defense have been kind of quieter this week. So think of Chrystia Freeland, the former finance minister, Ukrainian by descent herself, has often spoken about the need for Ukraine to defend itself. She hasn't really said anything this week on the subject. Another Liberal MP, Ivan Baker, who's often talked about Ukraine, he just reposted one of Carney's statements after one of his meetings saying Canada stands with Ukraine, not really adding anything more himself. Canada will be watching, just like all these other Western capitals, what comes out of today's meeting. Will there be some kind of diplomatic shift between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin? We already saw that friendly handshake they had on the tarmac. Trump had a little bit of an applause for Putin as the Russian president was approaching him there. Will there be anything more like that? Well, that's what everyone's looking to see. And they're probably thinking about what the calculus will be for their own relationships with these two countries and with Ukraine.
Okay, and Rafi, of course, if there is any more reaction from Ottawa, we know that you will bring that to us. But for now, thank you. The CBC's Rafi Bouchikanian in Ottawa. A live look now for you at Anchorage, Alaska. U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin touched down at this Air Force base just a short while ago. The two leaders are sitting down now for a high-stakes meeting discussing a possible ceasefire in the Ukraine war. The CBC's David Common joins me now in studio for more analysis on today's talk. So, David, of course, we were talking about the body language between these two leaders as they were touching down there. Definitely struck a different tone, for example, than what we saw back in February in the Oval Office.
No kidding. I mean, look at if this is about symbolism, and some degree of it is, look at the way in which Vladimir Zelensky was treated, was received in the Oval Office, the fight that ensued, the cold shoulder that followed that for weeks, perhaps months, compared to what you're seeing on your screen there. Smiles and handshakes and a red carpet and, you know,
pat on the back even.
Yes, an equivalency between these two leaders. It is precisely what Vladimir Putin hoped for, to be treated as the great leader of a great nation. And there you have it. Pat, as you describe it, Hillary. And then they go into this room, and of course, that is where the meat of the matter happens. That's where the symbolism goes away, and it comes down to what you actually talk about and what Donald Trump, the U.S. president, takes out of that meeting.
Also interesting because before both these leaders actually touched down, the information sort of coming over the wires to us was that some of the Russian aides were saying that the tone had been more combative between the two. So weren't really sure what we were going to see once they touched down. And then we saw that, which is obviously pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, of course, is that you frame things, right? That Donald Trump a week ago was talking about how this could lead to a peace deal, and in more recent days, changing expectations to, well, it's just a feel-out session. Perhaps setting up the discussion on the Russian side as, well, it's been more combative. That means that anything that is better than combative looks like a good outcome, looks like a success. So it may be just expectations management.
What do you think the Russians would like to see? What would be the best outcome for them?
In many ways, the Russians have been very clear, Putin in particular, about what they want. It hasn't changed. It's just that has been unpalatable to European nations, to previous administrations in Washington, perhaps to the Trump administration. We'll have to see how that goes, certainly to Canada, and to the Ukrainians, who matter perhaps the most of anybody who is not at the table in that meeting room today. So what do the Russians want? You know, at a minimum, they want very significant control over both territory and politics. And so the territory, they have Crimea. They seized it in 2014. They want to keep that. They want to keep the bridgeway to it. They also want to have, in totality, the 4 oblasts, the 4 states in the eastern part of that country, which they began to seize again in 2014, did so using proxy forces, you know, separatist groups that really were operating on behalf of Moscow. They want to keep that. But what's interesting is they have not succeeded in seizing all of that territory, that they want to, by negotiation, get more than they have fought and achieved, which is not usually how negotiations go, frankly. And then on the politics front, Vladimir Putin has talked in the past about the denazification of the Ukrainian government. What does that mean? Well, the way in which many Western observers, you know, just look at that. That is something. Just looking at that. But the way in which many observers, Western observers, look at denazification, it is saying that the Zelensky government, it's got to be gone. And even though it's democratically elected by the people of Ukraine, it's got to be gone, replaced by a government that is friendlier to Russia. And what that means is Moscow doesn't have to fight militarily. It doesn't have to use force to get at what it wants if it has a friendly government in Kyiv.
It was interesting yesterday, Donald Trump, when talking about this situation, described some of the territory that Ukraine has lost, that the Russians are currently controlling, as oceanfront property. So even just the way that he views Ukraine or perceives this, hard to know, but obviously not the way that Ukrainians would be describing that.
No, and I would take a look at that particular, you know, the way in which that seaside property is being interpreted is along the Sea of Azov, which leads into the Crimean Peninsula. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's fantastic land. People, I'm sure, would love to vacation there. Perhaps you could develop it. But here's the thing. Russians don't want to give it up. They give that up. It is the literal bridge to get into Crimea. If you give that up, you don't hold Crimea anymore. And so that is probably a non-starter. Admittedly, anytime combatants come to a table, that's not what's happening here because Ukraine's not there, but anytime they come to the table, their starting position is, we don't want to give up anything, we don't want to give up anything. And you have to move in some sort of negotiation. All wars end by negotiation. This one almost certainly will. It's just a question of whether it's happening now, if Donald Trump is assisting in that, and what it looks like for both Russia and Ukraine at the end of this.
And what that would mean, of course, for Donald Trump politically back at home. Okay, David, thank you for this. The CBC's David Common. Recapping our top story this hour, Russian President Vladimir Putin is in Alaska meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump. The pair will discuss whether a ceasefire can be reached in Russia's war on Ukraine. However, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is not present at this summit. For more on this, let's turn now to Peter Zwack. He is a retired U.S. Brigadier General, and he joins us today from Newport, Rhode Island. So welcome and thank you for being here.
Good afternoon to my friends and allies in Canada.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, sir. I do want to talk about this summit because some have been calling this potentially a major turning point in this war. So from a military point of view, what is at stake in these talks?
Well, right now, the Russian attacking forces are interlocked with Ukraine along much of the current 600 to 700 mile front. And it's an ugly, grinding fight. It's been very bloody for the Russians, but they want to press because they sense, they smell the opportunity to get a deal, a land deal that allows them to occupy permanently the lands that they have taken from Ukraine. The key point is that we are talking exclusively about lands taken by the Russians from the Ukrainians, and that always needs to amplify that. Ukrainians are fighting their hearts out along the front, and they're giving as good as they're getting. They're just a whole lot more Russians. So,
just a whole lot more Russians. And that's something that we've been hearing from our guests throughout the day as well. I do want to get your thoughts on what we heard from one of Putin's key aides. That, of course, would be the foreign minister, so Sergei Lavrov, because he has shown up in Alaska wearing a sweatshirt with the Soviet letters CCCP. We would know that, of course, is the USSR. What does that tell you about the tone that the Russians are trying to set for the summit?
I would like to think it was a faux pas. And if it was deliberate, it was in bad taste. I ask your viewers to Google something called Seward's Folly, Sewards. And that is when the United States in the 1860s bought from Imperial Russia, Alaska. And the Russians have been grumbling from time to time it should be back part of Russia. It's a grumbling, it's a half joke, but there's something to that. I believe that's why he's wearing it.
Okay. And like you say, they purchased it, the Americans did, back in 1867 for some $7.2 million, which even in today's terms is really not that much. President Putin, he has indicated that nuclear arms control will be part of the discussions here. Some people have said that if there's some sort of deal on that front, that might be a silver lining of all of this. So how do you view that angle of this summit?
It would be huge. It would be probably in the near term the most important. The nuclear regimen between the United States and Russia is down to one strategic missile treaty. We call it New START. And everything else, all those treaties built in the last 20 years, 30 years, Bush administration, Gorbachev, even Brezhnev, Reagan, those are all by the wayside except for this one treaty, and it deals exactly, specifically about civilization ending long-range nuclear air deliverable, silo deliverable, and submarine deliverable nuclear weapons. If they can get any headway in solidifying the current one, and then talk about the other things out there, that would be huge. And it would be that alone would be a significant accomplishment if they were to do that.
Okay, so that, of course, is another angle of this that we'll be watching for then in the hours ahead. A lot of the talk today, of course, has been about Ukraine, about what Ukraine can sustain going forward. But what about Russia? Do you think that given this military campaign that's been going on now since February of 2022, do the Russians have the capacity to sustain this if no deal is reached?
The Russians will make it sustain over the sweat and bloody bones of their soldiers that will be continually pushed into the grindstone. There is no mute for Putin and the Russians. As a minimum, he wants the lands that they've taken now. Most of those 4 regions you hear about and then some other pieces. Putin, and I use the term Putin instead of Russia because this is really Putin's war, is absolutely driven by this. And I think that all these his hesitation or not agreeing to meeting, why this is so important in recent months, is in part to buy time for troops in the field to take more Ukrainian land, and that would be part of any negotiation if there is one. The Ukrainians want a ceasefire before any discussion about land, and that would be our going in position. But we all have to remember that this is number one, a negotiation between the Ukrainians and the Russians. And while we can intercede and we can do a lot of things to nurse it along, Zelensky, if there is a subsequent meeting, will need to be at the meeting. However, I believe that Putin really looks down on Zelensky. He doesn't see Zelensky as a real leader. He doesn't see Ukraine as a real country. And I think that is part of the attitude that you see of the Russians toward the Ukrainians. Final point, yes, it is a meat grinder, but the Russians are careful to keep the casualty counts away from what you would call the great Russian cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Vladivostok, but their minorities have been dying in droves. This can't go forever, and the Ukrainians, the last word I'm going to say is, yes, they've been getting weapons, and they have been showing unbelievable moxie. But the thing the Ukrainians need to hold the line and keep the fight is hope. They need hope. They need to know that the U.S. and Europe and their allies are with them through thick and thin.
And that is certainly something that we did hear today from a number of our Ukrainian guests, that they do have hope that something will happen at some point, that this will come to an end. Okay, Peter, we're going to leave it there. As always, thank you for this.
Absolutely.
Peter Zwack. Alaska is hosting a high-stakes summit this afternoon. U.S. President Donald Trump is meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin. The main purpose is to end Russia's war on Ukraine. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has been excluded from the talks. He has warned that any decisions made in his absence would be meaningless. For more on this, let's bring in Marcus Kolga in Toronto. He is a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. He's also a founder and director of Disinfowatch. It's a platform dedicated to monitoring foreign disinformation. So welcome and thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Hillary. Thanks for having me on.
I'd love to start here just with your reaction to what we saw on that red carpet on the tarmac.
Well, I mean, this is a huge victory for Vladimir Putin. He has been craving this sort of re-legitimization of himself and of Russia on the world stage since 2014. I mean, since that point when Russia first illegally occupied Crimea, he's been an international pariah, and certainly for the past 3.5 years, his war of terror on Ukraine, the tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians who've been killed, the mass war crimes, the fact that he is a wanted international war criminal for the kidnapping of over 20,000 Ukrainian children. Walking down the red carpet with the President of the United States is a big win. And we're seeing signs of this as well in Russian state media. Channels like RT, Sputnik, and certainly Russian language media are all gloating about this moment, that Russia is back. They are highlighting the fact that that Trump and Putin are standing together, and that together they will push back against Europe and Ukraine. So this is a very, very big moment, an important moment for Vladimir Putin and Russia.
Let's talk about some of what we have been seeing and even some of the signals coming out of Moscow about this possibility of renewed economic cooperation with the U.S. What is your view on all of that? Do you think that they are in pursuit of genuine peace, or do you think that this is just trying to distract while they continue to pursue Putin's goals here?
Great question, Hillary. I mean, this is wishful thinking on the part of the Russians and the Kremlin. Donald Trump on the red carpet when asked about, or sorry, it wasn't on the red carpet, it was while he was flying to Alaska, was asked about this, and he very clearly said that there would be no sort of business deals, bilateral business deals, any sort of business dealings before there's an end to the war. So clearly it appears that the priorities for President Trump are quite clear. The fact that what was supposed to be a one-on-one meeting has now become a 3-on-3 meeting with Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's Russia envoy, and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, with them along. They will certainly help keep the president on track and will push aside any of these sorts of suggestions that maybe there could be new business deals, because what those sorts of suggestions from the Russian side, what they represent is a distraction from the real goal of these talks, and that is to find a ceasefire and an eventual end to this war.
Donald Trump, of course, has threatened India with tariffs over buying Russian oil. There's a similar threat on China as well. Do you think that that has played a role here in getting Putin to the table and the timing of all of this?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Going back to last Friday when Steve Witkoff, again, Trump's Russia envoy, he was in Moscow meeting with Vladimir Putin to sort of set up these talks and have other discussions. It was about a half an hour after that meeting had ended. Both the Kremlin and the White House put out communiques saying that not much had really happened in those meetings. And then shortly thereafter, Donald Trump ordered the imposition of secondary tariffs, sanctions, if you will, on India for their ongoing purchases of Russian oil. Now, India is the largest purchaser of Russian oil, sea-bound Russian oil, and those are revenues, the ones that it receives for the oil that it sells to India, are being used to really drive Russia's war, Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, and fueling its ability to continue to make war. So imposing sanctions like that are really, really important. And we saw India react very quickly. Within 24 hours of that announcement of those those 25% tariffs, India announced that it would put a moratorium, pause all of its sales, or rather all of its purchases of India or Russian oil into India. And I believe that that probably set off a significant panic within the Kremlin, because like I said, India is the largest importer of Russian oil. It's a significant source of revenue. And without that revenue, Vladimir Putin is going to have real trouble in continuing this war. And so these additional sanctions that have been threatened, and I'm sure that they'll come up in this conversation that's happening right now in terms of secondary sanctions on China, Turkey, other nations that buy Russian oil, that will be a serious concern for Vladimir Putin. And if Donald Trump does realize this, I'm actually quite optimistic that we may see some form of ceasefire, if not announced today, but certainly in the coming days and weeks.
Marcus, I have about 30 seconds left here, but I don't want to let you go without talking about propaganda, because you do run Disinfo Watch. What kind of messaging are we seeing in Russian state media over all this?
Oh, there's all sorts of it. They're already mocking Donald Trump. There was a post that was put up by Sputnik International. This is one of Russia's state media channels, making fun of the fact that Donald Trump's airplane overshot the red carpet. There's, of course, this issue of Sergei Lavrov wearing the CCCP, the USSR sweatshirt. This was clearly intentional. It was meant as a jab towards Ukraine and all of those other nations that were once occupied by Soviet Russia, and, of course, to this entire process. It's a pure insult. It is a strong message, and so we're seeing a lot of that. And of course, there's this gloating about this big victory for Vladimir Putin in just being in Alaska at all. So there's lots of that happening, and I expect more of it to come over the coming hours and days.
Marcus, we're going to leave it there. But as always, we really do appreciate having you on this afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, Hillary.
U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are sitting down for talks right now in Alaska. The two are meeting in Anchorage to discuss a possible ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. The CBC's Chris Brown is following this story for us from London. He is our former Moscow correspondent, and he has more now on what's at stake in these talks for Vladimir Putin.
Well, Hillary, I think one of the things to bear in mind as the summit plays out in the coming hours is that Putin believes Russia is winning this war in Ukraine, winning on the battlefield, winning politically by reorienting the country towards China and Asia, and also winning economically because Russia has proven to be very resilient in the face of heavy Western economic sanctions. But his political demands have not changed since the invasion back in February 2022, what the Kremlin likes to refer to as the root causes of the war. Namely, Putin wants to install a Russian-friendly administration in Kyiv, limit Ukraine's army, keep it out of Western alliances, effectively erasing its political identity. And of course, None of these are demands that Ukraine's government could accept. And so Russia's not feeling much urgency about the idea of a ceasefire. It is taking immense losses and gaining very little territory in eastern Ukraine, but the Kremlin leadership appears convinced that these losses are bearable for the country. Hillary.
Chris, ever since that full-scale invasion in 2022, there have been a lot of questions about how all of this will affect ordinary Russians and how they view it. What could the outcome of these negotiations be for ordinary Russians?
Well, the war has actually made a lot of Russians much richer than they were before. The country's GDP had been growing pretty strongly thanks to a lot of government spending on the war, and wages for workers, salaried workers, they've all gone up in some cases quite dramatically. But in recent months, inflation we've seen come into play, taking a big bite out of the economy, and it appears Russia is now headed for a recession. CBC News is banned from reporting in Russia. Our bureau was shut down by Russian authorities. So we asked a freelancer there to talk to people on our behalf, and to a person, everyone who did give comments complained about soaring food prices. And those prices could get much higher if Trump follows through with threats to impose secondary sanctions on countries buying Russian goods, especially energy and oil. I talked to economist Alexander Kolyander, who said avoiding sanctions will be one of Putin's main goals of this summit.
From the Kremlin point of view, a short or mild recession is something that they and the population can digest if they achieve a military or political or diplomatic victory somewhere.
Looking at the makeup of the delegations from both sides that was released today, it really does seem this summit is heavily tilted towards economics, with the U.S. Commerce Secretary, Treasury Secretary, and on the Russian side, the head of that country's sovereign wealth fund. There are reports coming out of London, in fact, that Trump may dangle some trade incentives with the Russians, a potential minerals deal in the Arctic, maybe lifting U.S. sanctions against Russia's airline industry in exchange for concessions on the war and maybe a possible ceasefire. Something else to remember, a final thought. Within Russia, the polling that we've seen from the Levada Institute suggests that while most Russians do in fact want the war to end, they're saying they're against making concessions to Ukraine. And indeed, overall, they're actually quite split on the impact of the war, with 40% saying it's been very bad for the country, but then again, another 30% saying the war may have actually made things better.
The CBC's Chris Brown in London. Alaska is hosting a high-stakes summit this afternoon between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin. The main purpose is to end Russia's war on Ukraine, but Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky has been excluded from the talks. Zelensky has warned that any decisions made in his absence would be meaningless. The CBC's Katie Simpson has more on what we could see at today's meeting.
Donald Trump has a history of saying a number of different things that could be contradictory, saying them in the same event. And at times people hear what they want to hear or hear what they don't want to hear. And it's very contradictory. And so that is something that Donald Trump has always sort of done. And so when it comes to NATO allies, when it comes to Ukraine, it's really created a lot of anxiety because Donald Trump's messaging has not been consistent, other than he has been consistent in saying he wants the killing to stop, he wants a ceasefire. That is sort of what Donald Trump echoed today, speaking to reporters on his way to this summit in Alaska, talking about how, originally he had said that there was going to have to be land swaps in order for there to be a peace deal. He sort of seemed to shift his tone there, saying, listen, it's going to be up to Ukraine. Ukraine's got to decide that. But also in the same sort of fact, he's not here to negotiate for Ukraine. There was a last-minute push by NATO allies to really make sure that Donald Trump was armed with some facts before he went into this meeting, because, again, there is concern, as we have seen Donald Trump repeat the Russian viewpoint at some points since he's returned to office.
The CBC's Katie Simpson there in Ottawa. And we are going to show you a live view of Anchorage, Alaska. Right now, U.S. President Donald Trump is meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are no cameras allowed in, but they are expected to discuss Russia's war on Ukraine. Katie Simpson is hosting Power and Politics. We have much more coverage for you coming up right now on CBC News Network.
Underestimate Ukraine. President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
The start of a highly anticipated summit with a high-stakes goal. Russian President Vladimir Putin meets with U.S. President Donald Trump on American soil. Can these talks bring an end to Russia's war in Ukraine? Hi there, I'm Katie Simpson. This is Power in Politics. I'm in Ottawa, but right now all eyes are on Anchorage, Alaska. You are looking at a live shot of the podiums where later today we are expecting Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to give a joint press conference. That is the expectation at this point, but you never know what's going to happen. They've been meeting for just over an hour and a half at this point, and of course, we will bring you any update on those talks if we get them. But for now, we have plenty of coverage on this summit just ahead. Let's go now on the ground to where the meeting is happening in Anchorage, Alaska. That is where we find the CBC's Lindsay Duncombe. Lindsay, everything about this meeting seems so significant so far. Set the scene for us.
So significant with so much at stake, including, of course, what is next with the war in Ukraine, and so incredibly choreographed. I think one of the most striking things that we saw today was Vladimir Putin arriving at a U.S. Air Force base, walking on a red carpet, greeting U.S. President Donald Trump with a handshake and smiles as stealth bombers flew overhead. This was a statesman welcoming a statesman. The two men appeared to be standing as equals, something that is incredibly significant when you consider that Vladimir Putin has been isolated by the Western world as a result of the war in Ukraine, hasn't been welcomed like this since 2022. And now here we are setting the stage for what is next in the war. And certainly the big missing piece of all of this is, where is Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine? He is not at this summit. There was much buildup here, including pressure from Europe Europe, from Canada, from Zelensky himself, concern that Donald Trump will do what he talked about days ago in terms of a land swap, changing the borders of Ukraine. U.S. President Donald Trump saying that this is a beginning, that he is not here to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine, but so much uncertainty, Katie, as we wait for what these men will say when they emerge from first a smaller meeting and then a larger meeting with the leaders and some key advisors.
So, Lindsay, what do both sides want out of this meeting?
Well, when it comes to Donald Trump, this is what he has talked about since he was running to become president again. He said when he was reelected, the war in Ukraine would be over in 24 hours. Well, certainly that did not happen. And in the past weeks, we have been hearing frustration from Donald Trump with respect to the war in Ukraine and specifically Vladimir Putin, including saying that he would say one thing to Putin on the phone and then he would go and see that there had been more bombings in Kyiv overnight. The other thing that Donald Trump wants here is international recognition. Specifically, he's been talking about wanting a Nobel Peace Prize, something that has come up in the context of the India-Pakistan conflict as well as other conflicts. So that's where we see his participation in this choreographed spectacle. Now, in terms of Vladimir Putin, what he has always wanted is Ukraine, and his terms for how the war may end don't appear to have changed much. He wants to keep the territory he has. He does not want Ukraine to join NATO, and he wants a Kremlin-friendly government in Ukraine. Those are very far apart positions as we wait for what is going to come next. And it's been really interesting, Katie, to talk to the journalists here who represent Ukraine, who represent the Baltic states as well. I think for the Europeans directly involved in this, a ceasefire, an end to the hostilities that could be a beginning to talks that could include Vladimir Zelensky would be something that those parties would see as a success.
All right, the CBC's Lindsay Duncombe in Anchorage, Alaska. We will be checking in with you as this program continues on. Thanks, Lindsay. All right, we are now joined here in studio by Witold Gielski. You are Poland's ambassador to Canada. Thank you very much for speaking with us today. I want to start with what we've seen so far. Literally a red carpet rollout on American soil. The president clapped as Vladimir Putin walked toward him on that red carpet. They got into the president's car together and to travel to the summit site. I'm curious, what kind of message does that send to NATO in this moment?
It's a very interesting day that we're having right now. It's a meeting between two leaders, one representing the democratic world, the biggest, the most powerful country in the world, and the most powerful country within NATO structure, and the biggest in terms of territory country, which is a dictatorship and autocracy, a country and its leader that is allowing and having his forces mass murder other nations, other people, and is allowing his own people to die in thousands in a war which is illegal, brutal, and filled with hate. But the show that you've described, I think it's a way to open the dialogue by Mr. Trump with President Trump with Mr. Putin, and it's obvious that President Trump wants to try to make Putin welcome for those conversations, and there is a reason for it because I believe that President Trump genuinely wants to have people stop killing each other on a very basic on this very basic level. So those theatrics and that show is happening for a reason. In that sense, my hope is that it brings real tangible results.
Do you have expectations, or do you have hope in this moment that perhaps there could be progress towards some sort of resolution, a peaceful resolution?
It's, listening to the Polish politicians, I would say that they are very cautious in that kind of belief. They are rather, and the Polish messaging is, concentrated on a couple of points, which is very clear also on the broadly European Union level.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing is that Ukrainians have to be included in any kind of decision-making process because it's about them. They are being murdered by Putin. That also, Europe has to play a role in that process, and also that the ceasefire is the precondition for any further conversations, and the notions of land swaps, damaging the notion of sovereignty, breaking international law. These are the ideas that are outside of Polish interest.
Now, as Donald Trump was headed toward this summit, he seemed to sort of at least shift his positioning around land swaps. So earlier this week, we heard him, and previous weeks, we heard him say, listen, if there's going to be a peace deal, there's going to have to be some land swapping. And he sort of suggested that both countries, both Russia and Ukraine, were just going to have to sort of deal with it, which certainly sent off deep alarm bells in Ukraine as well as with NATO allies. On his plane ride out here, he sort of seemed to change that a little bit. He's told reporters that, it's going to have to be up to Ukraine, and that he's not actually here to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine. What does that say to you about what is at stake in this moment? And if Donald Trump is shifting his position without much sort of, background information, or there's no reason why he's shifting it, it's just shifting it, does that concern you about what could be decided at this meeting?
I think there will be many things that we will not know about the conversation, especially the part which will take place between the two gentlemen. Gentlemen, that's the wrong word. between the two leaders only. But many topics are on the table, and I think they will have. Both of them are decision makers. They're powerful politicians, so I think they will be discussing everything. But there is a certain structure that in the end they will have to operate within. President Trump had a good conversation with some of the European leaders, including Polish leaders, with both Polish President Karol Nawrocki and the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk were engaged in, either directly or indirectly. And the message in terms of land swaps was very strong from the European partners. President Trump does not have to take that into consideration, but at the same time he realizes that this European element of the puzzle is and will continue to be very important. And he does take into consideration a messaging coming from his close allies, such as Poland, for example. So I think there will be a number of topics that they will be discussing, but in the end they will have to fall in somehow into the structure that we are operating in. They can stretch the structure and work with in such a manner, but still.
So this is such a significant meeting. This is such a significant event. I'm wondering, given that Poland borders Ukraine, given you are a NATO member, a very large NATO member, what are the conversations happening like behind the scenes right now when it comes to what people are thinking about what they've seen from the NATO perspective?
The conversations which are taking place, probably a better person to talk about behind the scenes conversations would be, an expert, not a diplomat necessarily.
Fair enough.
Because I would be happy to share some of the thoughts, but not necessarily on the record.
Not at the table. Fair enough. So, you know, there's no way we're going to be able to predict what comes out of this meeting. That is one of the elements that puts the stakes so high here. In this moment, you know, are NATO partners, are NATO members preparing for perhaps the situation on the ground to get worse? If this meeting doesn't lead to any sort of change in behavior from Russia, if they continue on with the assault on Ukraine, what does NATO have to do next?
That's a good question, and there are many answers to that question. Poland is very much on the side of working with Russia, on the side of thinking about peace through strength. Our history with Russia is quite horrid, and we've been oppressed, and I'm just like Ukrainians and other nations in our region. We've been oppressed, mass murdered, slaughtered, occupied by Russia. We've fought them a number of times. A number of times we've been victorious. Today we're celebrating a Polish national holiday, which is related to the victory of the Battle of Warsaw in 1920, that we've saved Europe against the Bolshevik Soviet-Russian invasion back in the day. So we know, it's not that we believe, we know very well from our history that a conversation with Russia has to be based in strength. Russians do not respect documents, Russians do not respect agreements. And it's more difficult always for a democracy to work and to come to an agreement with Russia in that kind of context. So I think, you know, this notion of peace through strength should be recognized in conversations with the Russians.
All right, we will leave the conversation there. Ambassador, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, Canada's former ambassador to Ukraine, Roman Waschuk. He will be joining us talking about the high-stakes meeting, what the implications are for Kyiv. The meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian Vladimir Putin is still underway, and you're looking right now at a live shot of the room where the podiums are, where the news conference that will be held by both Russian President Vladimir Putin and U.S. President Donald Trump. It will be in that room. And we're showing you this shot right now because more people seem to be coming into the room at this time. And a lot of them have little pins on their jackets. And as a reporter who's been at a lot of these kinds of things, what that says to me, the people who have the pins on them are usually parts of the delegation. So that might mean, they're filling in the room and things. I don't want to set expectations that things could be happening soon because we certainly do not have that indication just yet. But there's lots of people in that room when earlier there hadn't necessarily been. But again, the joint news conference with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump is supposed to start at 7:30 Eastern time. But when you have these kinds of events, you never know when things are actually going to happen. So as this is taking place, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he is not at the meeting, as everyone knows. And instead today, he offered his vision for progress on social media, writing, "The key thing that this meeting should open up a real path toward a just peace and a substantive discussion between leaders in a trilateral format, Ukraine, the United States, and the Russian side. It is time to end the war, and the necessary steps must be taken by Russia. We are counting on America." Roman Waschuk is a former Canadian ambassador to Ukraine. He's now a business ombudsman in Ukraine. He joins me now from Kyiv. Thank you very much for joining us today. I want to start with, what are your expectations in this moment?
My expectations are very low. As regards the Ukraine track, what we see is a relationship building visit, a kind of backslapping, get in the backseat of my car kind of visit, and not a count on America to be firm in the interests of a country that's been attacked by Russia.
Okay, so you brought that. I totally want to ask you about this. There was the moment where we saw when Vladimir Putin got off the plane, it was a literal red carpet rollout. Donald Trump applauded as Vladimir Putin made his way to him. They shook hands, they smiled, and then they got in the same vehicle, the president's armored security vehicle known as the Beast. And you could see a giant smile on Vladimir Putin's face as they drove away. When you watched all of that, what did you think?
I thought, oh boy, or at least in terms that I can express on a family news network. Because, of course, the Russian president's car had also been flown in. And Katie, I think those of us who've been at a lot of summit meetings know that these things are generally very carefully choreographed. But I think this was a kind of spontaneous bro-to-bro gesture by President Trump.
So what kind of message does this send to Ukraine?
We, the big boys, are riding around in our big car. You're not here. And, it's pursuing peace. Peace is a fleeting sort of thing, I guess. That's the logo there. But it looks like it's really about restarting, rebooting Russian-American bilateral relations with Ukraine as kind of a pretext and likely to be thrown under, if not a bus, then a limo.
You know, in the hours leading up to this meeting, Russia launched another series of attacks on Ukraine, at least one of them being deadly. You're in Kyiv. I'm wondering what you can tell us about how people are feeling there right now.
Apprehensive, anxious, afraid of being abandoned, but not prepared to simply give up. I think there were 3 ballistic missile alerts this past evening here in Kyiv. None of them hit the capital. I think the Russians realize that the American administration's current sense of geography is limited to the city of Kyiv in Ukraine. And so if something hits Kyiv, then it's noticed. If it hits other lesser known cities, it kind of just goes by the by. So that's what they've been doing. For the past week, there have been no big attacks targeting the capital, but other parts of the country have been walloped.
So you are Canada's former ambassador to Ukraine. I'm curious, if you were in that role still in this moment, what would you be doing as this takes place?
I would be, I think, reaching out to my contacts, trying to get their perceptions, trying to ensure what the sort of Canadian view of what's going on here should be. I think the additional sort of irony from the Canadian point of view is that President Putin is getting a much nicer treatment, both in tariff terms and in ride in my limo terms, than our very own prime minister, or for that matter, any allied leader has in the past 6 months. So this is really quite remarkable.
What do you think is that is a remarkable point, and I want to talk to you about that sort of in a moment. But what do you think the Canadian sort of role is in this moment? What should Canada be doing to contribute to either the conversation or is there new action Canada could take to deal with whatever is going to come out of this?
Well, depending on what does come out of it, and I have the feeling that because of President Trump's love for the dramatic, and he did tweet out the all caps words high stakes earlier in the day, that there is going to be some sort of announcement, and it's going to on Ukraine, and it's going to make Ukraine and its friends very uncomfortable. So there will come a moment when the European allies and our own prime minister, all those people who were on the big Zoom conference with President Trump 2 days ago, are going to have to decide if all their persuasive efforts were in vain, and that they in fact have to pursue a different policy from that of the Americans. So I mean, if things diverge that much, then the prime minister will have a choice to make. Do I stick with the people I joined in this coalition of the willing, or do I align with whatever it is that will be said at the Twin Podium in Anchorage?
You mentioned this just a moment ago, but there is a distinct difference in the way that Donald Trump is having this interaction, at least publicly, with Vladimir Putin versus what we saw in the Oval Office with that breakdown between Trump and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. What do you make of the contrast you are seeing there?
I think in part, and you saw the fly past, the two big airplanes. So this is really like the big boys getting together, and you've got a big plane, I've got a big plane, you got nukes, I got nukes. Others don't. They haven't got cards. But that, I think, in part reflects an over sort of fascination with boys and toys, and doesn't factor in things like political will, which is what powers Ukraine's defense against Russia, and the interests of a whole bunch of medium-sized countries, which is basically what the allies of the US are. So at the moment, they're in their kind of little wonderland. And you could say, yes, but they're the only people who count. But I think that would be by far an oversimplification. And so we'll just see how this all plays out.
I know you set expectations very low for anything in terms of something that could come out of this that might sort of help Ukraine or get closer to peace. And I'm wondering, when you look at what's going on right now, is there any sort of realistic best case scenario that you're sort of envisioning?
So my low expectation best case scenario would be that some combination of promised economic cooperation persuades Putin to accept ceasefire first, work out details later, which might give Ukraine then a chance to actually have a meaningful three-way summit later with both Putin and Trump. But the Canadian in me says, what if that's achieved at the expense of carving up the Arctic between Russia and the US at the expense of Canada? So generally speaking, all this carving is not good for middle powers.
And is that what you'll be watching for going forward, about what that impact could possibly be for Canada too?
As well, yeah. I think because the world that is being set up with the big planes and the big bros is not one that is comfortable for countries like Canada.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. We'll check in with you again soon. Thank you, Roman Waschuk, the former Canadian ambassador to Ukraine.
You're very welcome.
Coming up, we'll get the view from Washington, D.C. with the CBC's Cameron McIntosh. We are watching the ongoing meetings in Alaska where U.S. President Donald Trump is in discussions with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump spoke to reporters earlier today from Air Force One.
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing.
Trump says he believes strong progress will be made, and that will lead to a second meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Trump's critics, though, say the meeting serves no purpose other than to legitimize Putin. Cameron McIntosh is in Washington for us this evening, following everything along. Cam, what is the expectation of the Trump administration in these meetings?
Well, you know, it's a good question, Katie, and it seems to be a moving target. Over the course of the last several days, President Trump, in a way that really maybe only he can, has both lowered expectations and raised them. And here's what I mean by that. Over the last couple of days, at least, he's been talking about this as a listening meeting, a chance to kind of feel out the Russian position. Today, this morning, though, he raised the stakes a bit. He had a single post on his social media site on Truth Social, 2 words, high stakes, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. So that coming from the self-professed master negotiator. Now, Trump certainly didn't go to Alaska alone. He's got a delegation with him. Other people are in the room with him right now, as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who actually met with Putin last week as all this was being put into motion. Several cabinet members are also there, including Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Now, that could be significant for a couple of reasons. The Russians are casting this as a meeting not so much about Ukraine, but about a reset in relations and a new economic relationship. Trump is also threatening Russia with sanctions. Lutnick would have a hand in either circumstance. So that's an interest. The economic aspect of this is something to watch. It was that threat of sanctions that got Putin to make the phone call to the United States to set this meeting up in the first place. Now, earlier today, Trump did put a marker down. He said he wants an unconditional ceasefire today. Otherwise, he would put those sanctions on Russia. He also said that he would know how the meeting was going or what the possibilities were by just being with Putin for a few minutes. And, you know, right now, they're still in the room. So is this going well? We don't really know. We won't know until both men get out. At one point, Donald Trump was also saying that he's willing to walk out of the room, and it doesn't appear that he's done that.
A senior White House staffer, a man named Dan Scavino, just put out a tweet saying the meeting is still going on at this point. The trilateral meet or the 3-on-3 meeting is still going on. So that's as of 5:25 p.m. Eastern time. So it's still going. We know that much. So it doesn't appear that they're walking out at this point. Cam, how are Americans feeling about the conflict as Trump looks to broker some kind of peace?
Yeah, Katie, I can tell you all day we've been watching those podiums and we've been watching the feeds coming out of there, trying to parse any hint of what's happening or what the tone is in there. As for the feelings of Americans, there has been some polling done on that recently. In fact, a poll released today. There are no American boots on the ground in Ukraine, but American tax dollars have been financing Ukrainians' defense. An estimated $174 billion has been spent on Ukraine defense here in the United States. Now, a lot of that money is spent in America buying American weapons to send to Ukraine. Still, there is a real fatigue in this country with financing and fighting foreign wars. And there's political pressure on Trump, particularly within the Republican Party, to see an end to this. So Trump is getting that pressure. There's also polling that's been done there's been polling done that right now indicates only about 53% of Americans actually see Ukraine as a responsibility for the U.S. There's also been polling done in Ukraine and in the U.S. that indicates that faith in Donald Trump to fix this or end this is quite low. Still, the fact of the matter remains, he is the man in the room right now talking to the Russian president. There are fears in Ukraine and Europe, of course, that Trump may come up with some sort of a deal here that basically awards Russian aggression and leaves Ukraine vulnerable. Still, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who Trump has promised to call immediately after this meeting, posting today that everything is riding on American strength. For years now, Donald Trump has been saying he is the only person that can solve Ukraine. He's the only person that can bring an end to this war. And he certainly has the political motivations to do it. There's global pressure on him. There's domestic pressure on him. And he also has personal aspirations. As you know, Katie, he has made it well known he would like a Nobel Peace Prize.
He certainly has. Okay, Cameron McIntosh from Washington, thank you.
Pleasure.
So how do we make sense of what's happened so far? Let's ask Keir Giles, a senior consulting fellow in the Russia and Eurasia program at Chatham House. He joins us again today after speaking with us yesterday. I want to start by asking you, what are your thoughts on what you've seen unfold so far?
Well, it's a very depressing spectacle, of course. You have the convicted felon greeting the internationally wanted war criminal warmly and obviously having an animated and close personal conversation. And then, of course, bringing him into the presidential limo to the horror and consternation of every counterintelligence professional that has commented on it so far, previously as super secure space. The agenda for this meeting seems to be shifting on the fly, very much like, as you heard from Cameron a moment ago, the way what Donald Trump is saying he wants out of it is shifting. That one-to-one conversation that was supposed to be happening just with the interpreters has turned into a 3+3. The Russians seem to be driving the agenda at the moment, setting how long it will be, apparently vetoing some members of the US delegation because they were too friendly to Ukraine. So it's all in the air at the moment. And Cameron did suggest a moment ago that we would only hear what's really happened when they come out of the room. I suspect it might be a bit later than that, because if past performance is anything to go by, when they do come out, the US and the Russian readouts of what has happened are likely to be very different. And we may well see the same kind of train-crashed press conference as we had the last time these people met under these circumstances in Helsinki in 2018. But the real fallout, the real impact, and who it affects around the world might only become clearer much later.
I want to ask you about Helsinki in a moment, but can you explain to our audience why it is such a significant thing when Vladimir Putin got into the presidential limo, it's called the Beast, with Donald Trump? They were there was someone driving, but we were told by the pool reporters who were on the ground that the White House confirmed it was just the two of them in the back there. Why is that significant?
There are so many different reasons why this has rung alarm bells and put the hairs up on the backs of people's necks. First of all, it's unsupervised alone time between these two people, and who knows what they're discussing. There'll be no record of it. There'll be no way of understanding exactly what it is that they are agreeing between themselves. Second, the counterintelligence issues. This is supposed to be a highly secure space, and the speculation at the moment is that even if Donald Trump is not bragging to Vladimir Putin about the secure and secret features of this secure presidential space, then who knows what exactly Vladimir Putin might be learning about it through his own means of snooping out exactly what's going on there. So it's a way in which the US security apparatus has been opened up to Russia, and it's just a symptom really of the other ways in which defenses have been stood down to the ways in which Russia likes to attack the United States ever since Donald Trump took office.
You mentioned the Helsinki summit. That's from back in 2018, and I wanted to ask you about that. Is there anything we can learn from that summit? And I'm thinking of how when those two leaders emerged, it came at a time where Donald Trump stood at a podium and he said he believed Vladimir Putin when he denied that Russia was involved with trying to interfere in the 2016 election. That was against what American intelligence agencies had concluded. Donald Trump was siding with the Russians over American intelligence agencies. When you look at that outing, is there any sort of lessons learned or any sort of analysis we can take from that and apply it to what's happening right now?
Well, absolutely. There were a lot of lessons that were observed, but plainly not learned, because the primary lesson was don't let Donald Trump alone in a room with Vladimir Putin, because the results are likely to be disastrous. But here they are again. And that, of course, runs counter to all of the advice from all of the Russia professionals who previously might have been advising a U.S. head of state, but now, of course, have been dismissed, have been purged in favor of people who, like Trump, are moving towards a partnership with Russia without apparently seeing Russia as a threat to the United States, despite the fact that for Moscow, the United States is still the main enemy.
There are no indications at this point that Vladimir Putin wants to stop his attacks on Ukraine. Hours before the meeting began, we did see Russia launch fresh, deadly attacks. So if peace is not sort of his objective here, what does Russia actually want out of this?
Well, as you heard from Cameron just a few minutes ago, there are much broader objectives that Russia has apparently come to this meeting for. The supposed topic was Ukraine, but you have all of the economic advisors in the room. You have these suggestions from Russia that there are other aspirations that Moscow wants that are on the table for discussion. Cameron mentioned, your previous guest, Roman Waszczuk, was talking about the implications of potential partnership between the United States and Russia in the Arctic for countries like Canada. From a European perspective, it's what they might agree about the future of Europe that is at stake. And while Donald Trump can't prescribe exactly how Ukraine is going to behave itself in this war, he can certainly influence the future of continents by moving US security positions and changing exactly who they are going to protect and from whom.
If you were in Ukraine right now, and when you think about what Volodymyr Zelensky might be thinking in this moment, what should the Ukrainians be taking away by the display they've seen so far?
Well, this should come as no surprise in Ukraine itself. And in fact, that's the feedback we've been hearing from so many Ukrainians, a kind of weary resignation to the fact that this is happening over their heads and without Ukrainian involvement. But at the same time, Ukraine has had a long time to get ready to this moment. It was very clear what Donald Trump would do when he came to office and what the implications were for Ukraine, for Europe, and for other countries around the world. So much so that in the middle of last year, I wrote a book describing exactly the situation we are in now, because it was so obvious what Donald Trump was going to present as a problem in tandem with Putin. So all of this time, Ukraine has been preparing for this moment and reducing its dependence on the United States, getting more support from Europe, getting this rapid development of its own domestic defense industries, so that if and when the time comes when the United States does try to cut Ukraine loose and put leverage on Kyiv to try to get them to agree to whatever it is that Moscow wants, Ukraine is in a position, hopefully, to stand on its own 2 feet.
This is not the kind of thing where predictions are particularly relevant because, you know, there are so many unexpected things that could happen. And given what we're dealing with, who's in the room right now. But what are you going to be watching for when Trump and Putin emerge if they head to the podiums to hold this joint press conference as expected?
I have absolutely no expectations. As we discussed a few minutes ago, the fact that they are still in there means that all of these threats of Trump that if he was going to walk out, that if he didn't think the meeting was on track, he was going to walk out early, for whatever reason, that hasn't happened. But we've no way at all of telling what kind of mood they're both going to come out in. We've seen the pictures of Putin grinning from ear to ear throughout the whole of their arrival and their going into the summit. We'll see if that's the same on the way out. If so, it's bound to be bad news for all of us.
Is there any scenario where you think that perhaps there could be something positive that comes out of this, or is it just danger, red flags all over the place?
We shouldn't rule out completely that there might be some kind of progress towards some kind of settlement. But again, we should remember that it was the worst case scenario that is now being discussed. For over 3 years, the unconditional ceasefire was what Ukraine and Ukraine's backers in Europe was trying to resist, because it cements Russian control over those occupied territories, and it gives Russia the breathing space to rebuild its military, to have another go, while legitimizing exactly what they've done. But yet, because of the change in policy from the United States, this is now not the worst case outcome, but one of the least worst, and that's why it's being endorsed by Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, what might actually be taken, what steps might be taken toward that in the room at the moment, we can't tell, but there is no reason to think that Putin sees it in his interest to stop the war at the moment. And that, of course, is just a symptom of the way the objectives of the two sides going into this conversation are so very different. Once again, it's always the case that it is the Western powers that want to stop the war and stop the fighting, and it is Russia that actually wants to win the war and sees ceasefire negotiations as a means of achieving its war aims rather than a means of stopping the bloodshed.
All right, Keir Giles, a senior consulting fellow at Chatham House, thank you for speaking with us 2 days in a row. We greatly appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Coming up, former ambassador to the United Nations, Louise Blais, on the international community, how it is perceiving this summit. At this hour, U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are meeting to talk about Russia's war on Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Reporters shouting questions at the two leaders there, but neither said a thing in those final moments before the doors closed and the face-to-face began. Louise Blais is the former Canadian Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN. She joins us now. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by asking, based on everything you've seen so far, what's your biggest takeaway at this point?
Well, hello, Katie. It's great to see you. Great to be on the show again. Look, it's really, we were prepared. We knew that the president of Russia was coming on American soil, but the staging of it did surprise me. You know, the red carpet, the limo ride, you know, your previous guests have outlined, while that's just so shocking in a way. So the warmth of the welcome, I think, does surprise me. I think it's, you know, it's one thing to meet an adversary and someone, an aggressor in a war that you have helped fund the other side. Let's face it, the Americans have been on the Ukraine side. It is an odd paradox, an odd contrast to just have that warmth and treating the president of Russia as a sort of a hero coming on American soil. So that's my big takeaway. We're going to see how the meeting goes, but so far, I mean, if you're sitting in Europe, you're in Ukraine, you're looking at that and you're going, oh boy.
Given the roles that you've had in the past in your area of expertise, I'm wondering if you could walk us through what you think Canadian officials who are watching this right now, what the conversations are like behind the scenes as they try to get as much information as they can, or you know, think about what they've seen so far. What will the Canadians be talking about and doing in this moment?
Well, the Canadian side is obviously watching closely. I mean, everyone is calling their sources, and we are in moments like this, we do depend on the media. You're there, you're represented on the ground, and we follow feeds, and we have those relationships that would give us any sense of what is going on. But really, at the end of the day, we have to wait. We have to wait and see what will be disclosed publicly. I think there will be a lot there. Will they come out together? Will there be the joint conference that's planned? So I think right now everyone's waiting to really hear the official account of the discussion. Of course, we'll never know what was said in the limousine, but otherwise they are accompanied, and there'll be a sort of an official readout.
In the lead up to this meeting, NATO allies did hold conversations with Trump himself, as well as senior officials at the White House. I'm wondering why those conversations were so key, and what it is those NATO allies were trying to really drill down with Trump and other U.S. officials heading into this meeting.
Well, I think they were really trying to caution the president in accepting conditions that would be unacceptable. And they really did try to remind him. They all know that with Donald Trump, it's important. You have to keep repeating. You have to come back. He will weigh things. He does listen. And he did make comments come after those calls that were reassuring, but they're already a couple of days ago, many hours ago. But I think they were important. And some of the message that were sent was Zelensky and Ukraine have to be at the table. They have to be part and parcel to any negotiation, any real negotiation. And that really, when it comes to territorial integrity, we've got to stand firm. And it's not to say there's not going to have to be some aspects of that will be looked at, but it has to be done in a very, very careful and well evaluated fashion that will really make sure that Russia doesn't get that corridor that they want so badly to get to Crimea and to the Black Sea. So there's got to be this. It was important to get those conversations. They were cordial. The president listened, and so now they're waiting to see how much of that he took on. You
know, after this latest sort of when Vladimir Putin, launched the most recent attack on Ukraine, when he restarted the war in 2022, he seized Crimea in 2014, and then escalated attacks again in 2022, leading to the situation we're in today. At that time, there was a united response from NATO allies, from the United States, Canada, part of that. Started with sanctions, continued on with weapons and aid support, trying to get whatever they needed into Ukraine. At this point, it seems to have at times slowed the Russian advances. They were not able to take the Ukrainian capital. But we're now at this point where Russia appears absolutely not deterred. They're launching attacks on the morning of this summit, where the goal from U.S. President Donald Trump is to stop the killing hours before Russia launches an attack and there is killing in Ukraine. At this point, given the international response, do you think that it needs to change or shift as Russia is not deterred in this moment?
Well, clearly, no, Russia will not be deterred, and that's clear. And you get the sense that it's quite possible that, the president of Russia has nothing to lose with this summit. Either he angers Trump and makes him feel that this will go nowhere. And we know that the president has a sort of a short attention span. And it's possible that he just gets tired of trying to be the mediator, of trying to get peace and that he's expending way too much political capital, and walks away and becomes disinterested. And of course, that would be a win for the president of Russia, because then he would have unfettered access. Yes, it's true that Europe and Canada can help, but really the Americans' armament is absolutely essential in this. So, and if he does get the president to lay up on sanctions and to give in on some of his conditions on related to Ukrainian territory, then that's a win too. So really, at this point, from the perspective of Russia, there really wasn't anything to lose by coming today. They've already had some wins just by the staging. But I will add that it really is, you were setting up the segment by saying how the international community was reacting. If you're Modi in India today, you're going, what is going on? You have, you America have applied tariffs on us specifically because we import Russian oil. And there you are with your trade team potentially negotiating some aspects to the economic relationship with the Russian Federation. So there's a lot of mixed messages that are going on, and we know that the President Putin is going to be traveling to China at the end of the month, early September, for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And so you have to really look at how is China looking at what is going on, what will come out of these negotiations. Everyone's watching, and there's a lot of mixed signals that are being sent by the Americans.
Mixed signals seems to be a real hallmark of what we've seen at times from the Trump administration. I'm wondering, when you sort of take a step back and you look at this moment, could you have ever imagined we'd be in this scenario where, Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin are again having some alone time, even if it's brief, and how the world is sort of watching and waiting to see what's going to come out of this with two leaders? And Vladimir Putin, at least we generally know what his MO is and how he operates and what his goals are. And you've got the American president, who is just very unpredictable. What do you make of this moment we're living through?
Well, I mean, you've used the word. I mean, it is unpredictable. And then this unpredictability, it's not to say that it's all going to be negative. It's possible that there is a world in which the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is perhaps the one person that can get us out of this impasse. This has not gone unnoticed. It's by European leaders. There's a chance. It's a small chance, but there is a chance that we can get a breakthrough. I wouldn't totally dismiss it. It's unlikely, but it could happen. So it is a high risk, high stake moment. And I don't think I would have seen the level of welcome that has been given to Vladimir Putin. I mean, he has come to the United States in the past. He's come to the UN, but to have this red carpet, have it be this warm, having the President of the United States applaud as he's coming his way, I mean, that did send a signal. But on the other hand, this is the way that Donald Trump works. He's thinking, I'm going to give him something so that I can get something in return. Let's, and I think Canada should maybe take a little bit of a lesson in here and how the president likes to be treated. And this is what the treatment that he's given an adversary that he's trying to get something out of.
And that's a point that the White House often likes to make. They point to Donald Trump to getting these conversations going in the first place, saying that there's a much more aggressive push to try to get to a peace. However, the positions between the Republicans in the United States and the Democrats and the Biden administration at points, it certainly is not exactly on par. But the White House continues to make the point that they see Donald Trump as someone who's trying to get the logjam through, try to get this sort of moving and get toward a peace. Louise, last question to you. What are you looking for next?
Well, let's see what they come out with today. I think what we're looking at next is that tripartite meeting, and obviously they've positioned it to have Zelensky be the sort of the third wheel. He's not going to go into that as an equal partner. It's not out of the question that would be delegated down by the president to some degree and by both presidents, but I don't think so. I think President Trump wants to be at the center of any peace agreement. I mean, it's been said before, it's something that he cares about. So we'll have to wait and see. But that is the next step, and unless something really goes wrong today.
Okay, Louise Blais, a former Canadian Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN. Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for having me, Katie.
We have got lots more to come on Power and Politics. We'll hear how Ukrainian Canadians are feeling about this meeting, and we'll speak to a former Canadian ambassador to Russia, Jeremy Kinsman. Welcome back to Power and Politics. You're looking live right now at the room where it is going to happen. That is where U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, they will be standing behind those podiums. At least that's the plan, to come out and hold a joint news conference once all of the meetings that are happening behind the scenes are done. They have been meeting at this point for just over 2.5 hours now. Part of the conversation is around Russia's war in Ukraine, but we do know, based on sort of the guest list, that perhaps that conversation might not necessarily just be focused on the current conflict in Ukraine, Russia's attack on Ukraine. But the summit is being held right now in Anchorage, Alaska, and that is where we find the CBC's Lindsay Duncombe. Lindsay, what's the latest on the ground there?
You know, I caught those Hamilton lyric reference right off the top there, Katie. You can't get a show tune past me.
Just for you.
But certainly, yeah, we talk about a spectacle, and that is what we saw earlier today when Vladimir Putin landed at the Air Force Base here and was greeted with the red carpet, with the shared limo ride, with the handshakes. We saw how friendly it was when the Russian president landed. We do not know how friendly things are behind the scenes as we go now into the third hour of these discussions. As you mentioned, this is happening in two parts, right? There's the part where there is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, as well as the special envoy to Ukraine that will be joining Russian counterparts and both presidents. Presumably that's when the tough issues around ending the war in Ukraine will be discussed. Donald Trump has said that he is not there to speak on behalf of Ukraine, but rather sees this as an opening to perhaps further discussions. One of the things that Russia wants, besides the photo op that it got really welcoming Russia back onto the international scene after years in isolation as a result of the war, is, of course, economic relief. And the fact that there will be economic secretaries and advisors in the second part of the meetings indicates that something such as business deals or sanctions could indeed be discussed. But that will not happen, according to President Donald Trump, until they get through the issue of Ukraine and any progress towards a ceasefire. The other thing we're watching here, Katie, is there are small protests around Anchorage. We saw them yesterday and again today. Our producer, Georgie Smythe, she is out in the middle of all of that. They are unfolding one of the largest Ukrainian flags. A lot of this is happening near the entrances to the Air Force Base. There are people who fled the war in Ukraine and who are living here in Alaska. This is an incredibly difficult time for them. And some of the people we spoke to, we really heard a mixture of opinions from people who live here in Anchorage. Many people frustrated that this summit is happening without Vladimir Zelensky, and others just hopeful for any kind of peace, however it happens.
And Lindsay, as we're having this conversation right now, we know that as Donald Trump was making his way to Alaska, he sat down for an interview with Brett Baer of Fox News. We're just starting to get some red alerts across the wire system about what it is that Trump told Fox News. It's a lot of it is similar to what we've heard Trump say in the past, saying that they will have another meeting if the conversation works out. He expects another meeting would happen very soon. If he has to do sanctions against Russia, they will do it. But he says, maybe I wouldn't have to do it. So it's a lot of the lines that we often hear from Trump saying maybe, maybe not. But that's just the latest on what's coming across the wires. But you've been speaking with people who are at the summit, as well as other journalists. What have they been telling you?
You know, it is really interesting to be in this room full of journalists from all over the world and many from Europe. And I spoke to a public broadcaster, a reporter from Estonia, and she spoke about the nervousness that people in that country feel, given that it is a small country, a little more than 1 million people, shares a border with Russia. As a result of the war in Ukraine, it's a country that has boosted its defense spending to more than 5%, and a lot of nervousness there as they watch what comes out of this. Here's what she had to say to me.
It's going to affect our future as well, what's happening today. We do share border with Russia. We're a teeny tiny nation. Luckily, we are in European Union and we are in NATO, so that's our hope. But today, I guess our biggest fear is that there's going to be a deal behind Ukraine's back, which means our biggest hope is there is not going to be any deal today.
Sharing that hope were the journalists here from Ukraine. I asked the Ukrainian journalist who's standing not far from where I am how she felt when she saw those images, the friendly images between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin arriving here in Anchorage. And she said she just had two words. She said, "It hurts."
Lindsay Duncombe in Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you, Lindsay, for your reporting. Okay, joining me now, let's bring in our next guest. It's Senator Peter Beam. Previously, you have such a unique experience. Before you became a senator, you are one of the most senior diplomats that Canada has ever sort of experienced, and you have seen these leaders up close behind the scenes. I have a million questions I want to ask you, but I want to start very broadly with, what are your takeaways from what you've seen so far? I know that you came with notes, so I want to hear what it is you're taking away in this moment.
Well, thank you, Katie. I too have been in the room where it happened, and sometimes in a room where nothing at all happened. So these talks are going on at length. It is not Vladimir Putin's first rodeo in terms of meetings with a U.S. president. He's met with 5. This is his second one with Donald Trump. He met Donald Trump in 2018 in Helsinki. So he is quite experienced at these things. It's already a win for him in that he has reduced his pariah status, even though the bombs are still falling on Kyiv and on Ukraine. And he can walk away from this and say, okay, I was there. I did my best. I'm being accepted as a peer again. And he could probably agree to a ceasefire as well if he's pressed hard enough and gets some concessions on other things. The question would be how to enforce that and to see what the next step would be. And as you said, Donald Trump likes to say one thing and then another thing, and might say the last thing that he was briefed on because he doesn't carry a brief very well, in my experience. So we'll just have to see as the evening drags on.
You have experience up close and personal with both Vladimir Putin as well as Donald Trump. I'm wondering if you can walk us through, what you've learned from your experience as you're basically Canada's lead at these G8 and G7 summits. The role is technically called a Sherpa, but you are the lead for Canada when it comes to the organization, what is going to happen, everything. Can we start with your experience with Vladimir Putin and what you've seen and what you've learned that might apply to this moment?
I was Prime Minister Harper's Sherpa at the very last G8 summit that took place in Northern Ireland in 2013. Mr. Putin was there. Normally at these summits, the dinner, in the past at least, has been a discussion on foreign policy issues. And Putin dominated that conversation. In particular, talking about Syria and what a good guy President Assad was. And afterwards, the other leaders, and particularly President Obama, looked around and they said, well, this was not very helpful to us. I did have a conversation with President Putin afterwards in German. It's a language we have in common. And we talked a little bit about that, but not much else. And then, of course, after that, Russia went took Crimea and the Donbass, and Mr. Harper in particular worked very hard to change the arithmetic on the G8 to make it a G7, which we did in The Hague on the margins of a nuclear security summit. I was a Sherpa for that too.
If I remember correctly, was it not then Prime Minister Stephen Harper who told Vladimir Putin directly, get out of Ukraine, and that was sort of a part of a big moment leading toward having the G8 go from being a G8 to the G7?
That was not at that event. I think it was a G20 summit in Australia.
Australia, that was the one.
I think so. But yeah, I think the Canadian view has been pretty strong all the way through, no matter who has sat in the Prime Minister's chair.
So that is your experience with Vladimir Putin and what he's sort of like to deal with behind the scenes. I know you also have experience with U.S. President Donald Trump. Yes. What can you tell us about that and that might apply to, what we might know about what's going on behind the scenes?
Well, the experience there was in 2017, the summit in Italy, in Taormina. That was the first one that President Trump attended. But the real experience was the following year in Charlevoix, which is still etched into my PTSD memory. And there, the president was not really that focused on the discussion. He was more focused on a meeting he was going to have with Kim Jong-un a few days later, the North Korean leader, in Singapore. And he had asked me about flag and other placement, and I said I was not a protocolary expert. So he then again turned to his people. One thing he did say there, and he said it again in the Kananaskis context in June, was that Vladimir Putin should be at the table. And we found that rather odd because Prime Minister Theresa May of the UK was sitting there, and there had just been a big poisoning by Russian security services in Salisbury. So there was some tone deafness there. But Mr. Trump says what he wants to say.
Mr. Trump, President Trump has repeated that he thinks it was a mistake to kick Russia out of the G8. He said that recently, and even despite what has gone on with the most recent military action in Ukraine. Given that context going into this moment, what do you make of what is at stake in these conversations in particular?
Well, I think what President Trump wants to do is to position the U.S., and of course he has a commercial economic delegation with him as well. Where that will lead, whether it's deals on critical minerals and the like, we don't know. It is certainly clear from what he said before going that land swapping was not there after he said it could be. And of course this is what makes the Ukrainian government and President Zelensky very nervous. So there is that aspect. On the other hand, Putin too is feeling the pressure. The Ukrainians are striking critical Russian infrastructure. They have developed drone warfare to quite an extent, and you have to give them all credit for doing that. And economic sanctions on India, secondary sanctions on taking Russian oil, that could be a very, very big factor. The Russian economy is on a war footing, which is why it hasn't shrunk. But the question is, how long can it stay on that war footing when you've had close to 1 million, if not over 1 million casualties, just in terms of grinding forward for a few kilometers of land in the Donbass?
Because so much of your experience has to do with the Canadian diplomatic, perspective, in this moment, what should Canadians watching this be watching for and thinking about when it comes to sort of the Canadian angle here?
Okay, for Canada, we're a middle power, but per capita, we have been the largest contributor to the effort in Ukraine. So about over $20 billion. Yeah. 4.5 billion of that military and related, the rest economic assistance of one kind or another. So our commitment is clearly there. And coincidentally, Canada still has the G7 presidency until the end of the calendar year. So if Prime Minister Carney wants to convene leaders again, whether it's in a virtual call, or Foreign Minister Anand wants to have a discussion with her counterparts in the wake of this, that would be an interesting move to make, recognizing that Friedrich Merz, the Germans, Emmanuel Macron, France, they have particular interests as well. But they're all in touch, and I think that's a good thing. And I think that call with President Trump 2 days ago was very, very important.
I want to ask you more about that in just 1 second. We want to put up a live shot right now. I believe we're getting signals that the actual press conference with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin might be happening soon. If the control room wants to get me in my ear, did we get a 1 minute warning? Did we? No. Okay. No, we did not. We did not get that 1 minute warning. But we are starting to see activity there on the ground. We're getting some indication that things could be happening soon. So if I interrupt you, Senator Beam, the only reason I'm interrupting you is because we're going to go live to whatever we're going to see happen there. Yeah, we're just getting an alert across the wire. The 3-on-3 talks between Trump and his two officials, Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and Putin and his Russian advisors as well, his close members of his inner circle, that have now concluded after more than 2.5 hours. So we are just waiting to see if they're both going to walk out there, and we'll have live coverage as we go from there. But the last thing, you made that point about Canada, having the presidency of the G7 in this moment. Can you just explain, sort of again, I know you just made this case, but why this is so significant in this moment, given all of the tension around this?
Well, it means that theoretically we could convene meetings, whether it's finance ministers, foreign ministers, others, or leaders. Now, to an extent, Merz and Macron are doing that as well, but there is an opportunity there because you have the whole apparatus across and below in the Government of Canada that is still geared up and working for this, as we were till the end of 2018, for example, the last time around.
Last thing I want to ask you, looking ahead, what are you going to be watching for when we sort of start to see what comes out of here? What are you looking for possible signs of maybe a breakthrough, maybe something positive?
Well, I think a breakthrough would be at least some sort of a ceasefire. How it's administered, who knows? But then if there is going to be a second step, as President Trump has suggested, then I think President Zelensky has to be at the table. And I think there has to be very close coordination with the Europeans and ourselves.
Okay, Senator Beam, thank you for your time today. Thanks, Katie. Okay, we are going to keep our eyes on what's going on in Anchorage, Alaska right now, and of course, as soon as we get any sort of indication that the leaders may come out, but we can confirm that the 3-on-3 meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, that has wrapped up, and we are now seeing all of the people taking their place for this press conference. We will continue to monitor that, but until that happens, coming up, we do have the head of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress on what Kyiv is watching for out of this meeting. Stay with us. We continue with the developing summit happening in Alaska right now. We are getting some indication from American officials, at least, that perhaps this news conference, where we are expecting U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin to stand side by side at those podiums, that it could get underway soon. We don't have any more specifics other than soon. The press team has sort of assembled there. There are dozens and dozens of journalists in that room, in their seats, all hoping to get some questions in there. But that is where we are expecting any moment now we could have U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin take their spots and start taking questions from the press. So far, there have been a couple of opportunities where both leaders have been in front of reporters. A number of questions were shouted at Russian President Vladimir Putin, including one, will you stop killing civilians? He did not answer the question. He pointed to the ear, sort of suggesting that he could not hear what was said. A number of questions were also asked when they're inside a room with the 3-on-3 meeting that has just wrapped up now after 2.5 hours. But the questions were directed mostly at Putin, and again, he didn't answer there. So again, we are continuing to monitor this situation. The minute it begins, of course, we will cut to it immediately. In the meantime, we are joined now by Ihor Mikolchichin. He is the CEO and the executive director of the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, joining us now here in studio. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm starting our conversations with all the guests today is, given what you've seen so far, what stands out to you from the perspective of a Ukrainian Canadian?
I think the image we'll all see on the newspapers tomorrow morning, and that image of these two friendly men coming in the red carpet and sharing a limo ride. I think that was really jarring to me, to our community who are watching this. We've seen Putin indicted by the International Criminal Court. We know that this is the man who's orchestrated an invasion and genocidal war, frankly, and to have an American president welcome that kind of a person on American soil in that way is really jarring.
What are your biggest concerns in this moment? Do you have any hope that perhaps this can be the starting point for some kind of plan to peace?
I mean, we all hope that there will be peace, but I think our perspective, my perspective, having watched how Russia operates, how Putin operates, is that there isn't a high chance of that he has steadfastly ignored any warning or ceasefire pressure by the Americans. He, prior to 2022 invasion, pretended to play diplomatic games with the West and with others and with Ukraine. So I don't think that Russia has a great track record on delivering anything in a diplomatic negotiation, and they didn't put any signals out that they were going to come to this meeting and make any concessions. We were expecting that this is going to be an opportunity for him to rant and rave, and on his, literally back to the USSR moment, that Ukraine is not a state and it's not real, and all of these kind of tropes that he's been talking about. So, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see what he says. I think that the brave reporters who were yelling at him have it right, that this is a man who's overseeing kidnapping and murder of children, and he's pretending to, be something he's not.
You sort of mentioned back to the USSR. There are some not so subtle signals Russia was sending before the meeting. First of all, the first thing we have to acknowledge is the deadly attacks in Ukraine that took place in the hours before. Second, Sergei Lavrov, who is the foreign minister, I believe our control room has this video. It's coming, so we'll put it up on screen in just a second. We have this video of Sergei Lavrov, who is the Russian foreign minister. He's wearing a sweatshirt that says CCCP, which is USSR. It's literally USSR. We're told by American reporters who have been in contact with their Russian spokesperson that apparently on the plane, the Russian delegation was served chicken Kiev for dinner or for lunch, like as a meal. These are not subtle things.
No, these are not mistakes. These are not.
It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, this is all part of the, I would say, almost mockery of a negotiation process of the kind of, it's a showcasing of bravado. I think unfortunately the result of all this is that Russia is no longer isolated. Right, Putin has his photo op with the American president. The pressure will now be, Trump was talking about having him at the G8 and other venues, and the isolation and the all the efforts that have been made to isolate Russian officials and the leadership are now crumbling away, and that's the biggest win that Russia has today.
And you know what? Speaking of sort of wins, they're not going to the press conference just yet, but I just want to let you know we're getting sort of alerts on our news wire system. And according to the Russian side of things, a Russian spokesman, a Kremlin spokesman, says on the meeting, they describe it, this is from the Russian side, the talks between Putin and Trump went, quote, remarkably well. So that is, at least in this initial moment, what the spin from Russia is coming out of this. I know that we are going to get a lot of information in sort of the hours and the days to come. Oftentimes when these kinds of events happen, the readouts from the Americans and the Russians sort of like describing what happened, oftentimes they are very, very different. But I want to ask you, talk about, the way that the signals Russia is sending in the lead up to this meeting, also the certain mockery or the trolling. As a Ukrainian watching this happen, like, how are you feeling?
Like we've seen it many times before. I mean, that's why I don't think that Ukraine and Ukrainians are surprised by any of this. This is a repeat of the same plot that has been repeated many times. The kind of bravado, the mockery, the intimidation that Putin's done with other world leaders, like Angela Merkel and other, all of that stuff is true. I don't, for Ukraine, this is about a peace, a ceasefire, and recognizing the fact that Russia is occupying and illegally invaded the country, and that's not going to be addressed, I don't think, by this press conference. Trump sometimes says these things and sometimes recognizes that literally every day missiles are hitting Ukrainian civilians and killing them. And then sometimes we're off on another tangent and we're making deals and we're talking about, sort of almost alternate reality. But I would say anything that Russian state media is reporting, I would take that with a grain of salt. But it is interesting to see that that's how they're positioning.
That's the spin. Yeah, it's not about whether it actually
worked. It's going to be a great
well.
success for Putin. He was welcomed with pomp and ceremony. He's a respected world leader. I think that's what Trump has given him out of this.
In this moment, from the Canadian perspective, Canada is a middle power, but Canada has made significant contributions to supporting Ukraine in this moment. Do you think there's more Canada could be doing, or what do you want to see from Canada?
Always. No one thing any country or any ally of Ukraine is doing will be enough. It's a long war now, and it's not ending anytime soon, as we see. What Canada can do, I mean, right now we were pleased to see this week that the Prime Minister with European allies is standing there reminding the American president of the key principles, that it isn't up to the American president to negotiate away Ukrainian territory, that Ukraine needs to be at the table, and those are important voices in this debate, and that has to be said many times and loudly. Everything that we can do includes support for the military, the armaments that literally are protecting Ukrainians every day, the air defense that helps them shoot down these missiles and drones, the hundreds that come every day. And we have to be looking at, this morning we were meeting, veterans and military families and the long-term impact that this has on Ukraine, on its people, and all of us who have family members there who are living through this. It's become very shockingly normalized. You can have, every day you can have the same conversation with people about how many missiles, how many drones, where are the fires, how is everybody doing? This is almost 4 years. We're going to be going into year 4 of this. And it's so shockingly normalized that it's hard to sort of shake that feeling that this is going to go on forever.
That is a real difficult when things become normalized, when in this, life or death situation, it just gets so incredibly difficult. Ihor Mikol-Chechin, thank you for your time. You are the CEO and the Executive Director of the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
All right, stay with us. We have plenty more here on power and politics. So if Trump is able to negotiate some sort of ceasefire, what might that look like if it could happen? We'll speak with CBC's senior defense writer Murray Brewster next. At this hour, U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin have just wrapped up a meeting about Russia's war on Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We believe they were also speaking about some other things as well, but reporters there shouting questions at the two leaders. Neither said a thing in those final moments before the doors closed and the face-to-face began. CBC senior, there's a lot of people in that room. The CBC senior defense writer, Murray Brewster, my very good friend, joins us now live. Murray, one thing I want to say to our viewers, we are keeping an eye on whether this news conference is going to begin. We've been told, quote, soon it is going to happen, but soon can mean anything.
All of the drama.
Soon, what's a soon? Anyway,
yeah.
So Murray,
it's like a reality show, isn't it?
You'd never guess,
Imagine.
eh? Imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
So Trump going into this, his bottom line for a meeting has sort of been around aiming toward a ceasefire. The one thing he has been consistent in saying is that he wants the killing to stop. If he gets toward that path, what could a ceasefire look like?
Well, that's a really good question, because a ceasefire could very well be a cessation of hostilities on land, in the air, or at sea. But will that actually be a ceasefire? And this is something that a lot of the defense experts have been debating, because really, when we think about it, Ukraine has been at war with Russia for more than 10 years because of the gray zone conflict that was taking place in the Donbass region, in the eastern regions where Russia has been fighting, and the territories that Russia wants to annex. So how comprehensive is a ceasefire going to be if they're able to agree to it? So that's one of the questions that's hanging out there that people are in the defense community are watching to see. And I think that a lot of the other add-ons to a potential ceasefire are things that folks are watching for as well. Security guarantees. What kind of security guarantees could Ukraine get? Where are Russian forces going to be positioned? Could they restart the war? These are a whole bunch of questions that are going to have to be answered out of this summit meeting if they manage to get to a ceasefire deal.
How secure could a deal out of this meeting be?
That's a good question, because I think it depends upon the willingness of both sides to respect the ceasefire. Now, there were ceasefire agreements in the Donbass region where Russia or Russian proxies had been fighting Ukrainian forces since 2014, the two Minsk Accords, and those accords were not respected. So there's a great deal of skepticism as to whether or not Russia would be violating the ceasefire. And there's also questions about whether Ukraine would necessarily hold on to it too, because Ukraine has made it very clear that they want all of their territory back. So it will continue to be, and could continue to be, a very volatile situation, and where there's not a lot of trust on both sides.
What are the implications at this point for Canada?
At the moment, Canada is very heavily invested in Ukraine, of course, with well over $6 billion in military equipment. But Canada is part of the coalition of the willing, which is a French and UK-led group which would put peacekeepers on the ground in between, possibly in between, Russian and Ukrainian forces. A lot of the details haven't worked out. Earlier this week, I spoke with Canada's top military commander, General Jenny Karinan, and she said that she and the other chiefs of defense have been working out a plan, but they're waiting for the ceasefire details and like how robust that force would be. So could Canadian troops be back in Ukraine in a peacekeeping capacity? Very likely. What is even more likely is that Canada will re-up its commitment to continue to train Ukrainian forces, which Canada has been doing since 2015.
Okay. Murray Brewster, thank you very much for your insight. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
For more on what Russian President Vladimir Putin is hoping to get out of today's meeting, we are joined by Jeremy Kinsman. He previously served as Canada's ambassador to Russia. Thank you so much for joining us. One thing I just want to warn our viewers that they will see up on the screen that live shot of the podium there. We are still anticipating that this news conference with U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin could start soon, could start any minute now. So if I interrupt you, my deepest apologies, because we got to jump into that. But I want to start with your sort of analysis, your big takeaways of what you've seen, at least of the public element of this meeting so far.
Well, everybody's mentioned some with some apprehension or disgust that, Trump was applauding Putin and the very, very warm greeting and the sharing of the beast to get to the conference. I think that is totally typical of Trump. He goes into a deal, a negotiation, an encounter where he has to get something. He begins by making nice. I mean, that's just his style. And he's always had a kind of an aversion to the black and white picture of Russia and Ukraine in this thing, to the point, Katie, that quite frankly, he still believed, it seemed as well as recently as 2 weeks ago, that Ukraine started the war, So I don't make a lot out of this. He wants an outcome. And to get an outcome, he needs a compliant and relatively willing person at the other side of the table. Putin's different. Putin is playing the long game. He's been thinking about this for at least 25 years and probably longer, And this is just one way station. The big difference here is that Trump wants a ceasefire. Of course, the Ukrainians want a ceasefire by and large. Trump wants it for Ukrainian reasons, for humanitarian reasons, but also for his own reasons, which are pretty short term. Putin doesn't want a ceasefire. He doesn't want a ceasefire because he thinks right now that on the ground and in the air, he's winning. And the inevitability of his more populous country is that they will prevail in the ground war. I don't think it's true. Over, 3.5 years of fighting, at the beginning, Russia held 18% of Ukraine. And today, having given up 1 million lives and casualties, I mean, enormous price Russia's paid, they've gained 1%. And so his fixation on occupying Ukraine, I mean, he's just got to put it beside himself. And I hope that Trump, who's quite forceful, is able, having established a kind of a friendly, guy-to-guy relationship, is able to bring him around to buying the ceasefire. But I'd be doubtful. I think that maybe they're going to start a process of enlarged meetings to include, I guess, Zelensky, of course. No discussion of Ukraine without Ukraine is the basic ethic, and also the Europeans, whom the Russians are trying to separate from the United States. And the Europeans found their spine last week and showed in a show of unity. They laid it down, and they laid it down to Donald Trump in a joint phone call, I think, yesterday. And Trump learned from it, I think. And he's backed off some of his premises that he could do what he calls land swaps just with Putin. So it's up in the air. We'll be looking, with rapt attention. But I think that they're going to say they got along well, that the United States, if things work out, would look forward to a renewed relationship with Russia, and unspoken, but very fundamental to that, is access to Russian minerals, and to something like a renewed discussion of the New START negotiations on nuclear weapons in some time to come. And in the meantime, they will work toward a ceasefire. There are two elements to ceasefire. One's on the ground, that grinding, confrontation on the ground, and the other's in the air. There was some talk that maybe you could, first of all, stop the air war. Both sides are kind of two-minded about that, because both think that they're getting an advantage out of it. Russia is conducting a communications war as well as a ground war, and they're trying to destabilize, demoralize, psychologically distress the Ukrainian public, erode their will to resist, blah, blah, blah. And these repeated, it's been going on now for months and months and months, that if you live in Kyiv, I mean, you can't get a night's sleep. You're sleeping in the metro station. You're grabbing your kids. You're going to a basement shelter. It's just terrible. You're calling around when you wake up to see if your relatives are okay, and people want it to stop, but not at any price. And the Ukrainians, you would think they'd want the air war to stop, but they're actually making a dent in Russian self-confidence by smacking with drones Russian military assets. So, there's a lot out there, and a lot of it is bound up in the psychological interaction between these two men.
Do you think there's anything the American delegation could offer the Russians that would convince Russian President Vladimir Putin to stray from his, big picture, long game plan here, which we know is going after Ukraine? Is there anything the Americans could put to him, do you think, realistically, that would get him to sort of, to maybe rethink that long game?
I think that Trump could say to Putin, and I'm not so sure that Trump doesn't believe this, that Trump would welcome Russia to rejoin, in other words, to become again a partner, a global partner of the United States for, issues of world peace and economy and security. That's what Russia wants. He wants to make Russia great again. He's been at it after the humiliation to him of the breakup of the Soviet Union. And when I lived in Russia, it was in a wretched state. And he came in to save it. And he became obsessed by what he thought was the offhanded effort by the West, and particularly the United States, now to dismiss Russia, or earlier the Soviet Union and then Russia, as just a regional power, as Obama put it. I laughed when I saw Sergei Lavrov, whom I knew pretty well, wearing the USSR jersey. You can buy those things at any kiosk in Moscow. It's not a big deal. And I wear a Montreal Expos hat, too, out of nostalgia. I wouldn't take it too seriously, but I did laugh when I saw it.
Mr. Kinsman, I'm going to jump in right now. We've just actually seen, we've got a live shot up right now. We've just seen Mr. Lavrov, who you just mentioned there. He is now in the room taking his spot there. We've seen the American delegation go in as well. Steve Witkoff is there. I believe that's Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff walking in to take their seats now. Susie Wiles, who is Trump's chief of staff, Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, they're all sitting there front row. So any minute now, we are expecting both U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin to walk into that room. I'm going to keep asking you questions, but if I interrupt you, the reason is because we've got some sort of indication that they are coming into the room, but it is very clear this is imminent. The people that were actually in that 3-on-3 meeting, on the American side, it was Trump, Witkoff, who is the special envoy who had been in Russia and helped set this up, Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State. They are all in their place, so this could start any second now. Sure. But I want to put to you, what are you anticipating in this moment as these leaders are about to take to the podiums? What realistically are you expecting to hear?
Well, it's part realism and partly the essentials of show business, because that's what this is, right? Each is putting on a show, and above all, Trump, it's staged, and he doesn't want to stage a confrontation, an event which trickles into a deepened hostility. So they're going to try and make the best out of it. I just don't. And if Trump does get a ceasefire, agreement for a ceasefire, whatever that means, out of Putin, I'd be pretty surprised, but I think it would be great. That would be a big win. I think they're going to get some kind of statement of common understanding of each other's.
I'm going to interrupt you. They've arrived. Okay, we are going to listen in. Both Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin are taking to their podiums. We'll listen in live right now.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation is tremendous.
Актуальным видится и взаимодействие в Арктике, возобновление межрегиональных контактов, в том числе между нашим Дальним Востоком и американским западным побережьем. В общем, нашим странам важно и нужно перелистнуть страницу и вернуться к сотрудничеству. Символично, что неподалеку на границе России и США, как я уже говорил, проходит так называемая линия перемены дат, где можно буквально перешагнуть из вчера в завтра. И надеюсь, что у нас так и получится в политической сфере. Я хотел бы поблагодарить.
I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, no questions for reporters. Hello, everyone. We have been taking you live to Anchorage, Alaska. My name is Natasha Fatha. You're joining us here in Vancouver from Hannah-Mansing tonight. And that was live coverage, again, of a critical summit that we have been waiting all day for, really all week for. What was to come of that meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin? So now we know the meeting has come to a conclusion. At the very least, the two leaders of their respective states are feeling collegial with each other. They said it was productive, that they got much accomplished, and that there will be the next steps that have to be taken. And phone calls, according to President Trump, will have to be made to leaders of NATO and to President Zelensky of Ukraine. Many of those leaders, including Zelensky, would be eager to hear what came of this meeting. We didn't get much in terms of specifics, but my colleague, CBC's Lindsay Duncombe, who is in Anchorage, has been listening alongside with us. So, Lindsay, I mean, I'll hand it over to you. What was the key takeaway for you from what we just heard? I personally thought it was going to go much longer and that they were going to take questions from reporters.
Yeah, there were no questions and very few details about exactly what was discussed. We do not have a sense of what kind of parameters of a deal were even part of the discussions around peace. We did hear both leaders praise each other and talk about turning a page from Vladimir Putin, going back to the way things were before he started the war in Ukraine, without any details around what steps would be taken to bring that peace. It was interesting to hear the President of the United States say there's no deal until there is a deal. So very much saying that immediately following this press conference, he would be speaking to President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, as well as European leaders. Some pointed remarks from Putin directed specifically at Europe, saying that he would expect that Europe not torpedo the progress that was made. Again, we don't know the details of what that progress is or how Europe, we can't presume to imagine how Europe might react to it because we don't know exactly what it is these two are talking about. Interesting that you would hear the president of Russia refer to Ukraine as a brotherly nation. He commented on how strange that was, with same roots and a terrible wound. Of course, Putin is the aggressor in this war. It was the Russian forces that launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. And I think the biggest takeaway of what we saw today was the spectacle. It was watching Vladimir Putin be welcomed into the United States with the respect of a statesman, something he has long wanted, and without understanding what steps will be taken to end the fighting, it's hard to really make an assessment because we don't really know what's going on there.
About what we witnessed today at the airport, where both these leaders got into the same vehicle. That caught a lot of people off guard, especially when the relations between the United States and Russia have not been at their best. These are adversaries. These two men might be wanting to work together, but from a State Department perspective, these are adversaries. What does that symbolize in terms of the two men getting into the vehicle together, being so friendly with each other?
Well, we've seen from Donald Trump consistently with some variation leading up to the summit in the past few weeks, someone who was a great admirer of Vladimir Putin. And that was true in his first administration. And I think both of these men share an admiration for the strength of leadership. So I think that that's on par with what we could expect. Again, with so few details in terms of what they actually discussed along the deal, it's tough to assess who might have come out ahead here. But certainly when you see those pictures, you know, Vladimir Putin is a pariah in the eyes of Europe for starting the war in Ukraine. If he were to land in more than 100 countries rather than a red carpet, there's a chance he could walk away in handcuffs because he is been identified by the International Criminal Court, of which the United States is not a signatory, as being accused of war crimes over what's happening in the United States. What Putin wanted out of this summit was to be welcomed back into the fold, into as a great state. And certainly with the pictures we saw and the welcome he did get from Donald Trump, the United States seems to be assisting in that shift. For what purpose and with what discussions were happening in terms of what this may mean for ending the killing in Ukraine, we simply don't know. We do know that ending the war in Ukraine is something that Donald Trump has long wanted to do. He promised that it would happen within a day when he was running for his second term in office. He's also talked about wanting to get a Nobel Peace Prize. So all of this plays to that story. We just don't really have any indication of the substance.
Okay, CBC's Lindsay Duncombe in Anchorage, Alaska. Lindsay, thanks so much. Okay, for further analysis, we're now joined by CBC's Katie Simpson, who is in Ottawa, and CBC's David Common, who's joining us from Toronto. Great to see you guys. Thanks for making some time for us.
Thanks.
It's good to be here.
So, Katie, you were taking us there live. The anticipation was building while you were hosting Power and Politics. Any moment now, any moment now. And they came out quite early. Now, you're hosting Power and Politics in Ottawa, but normally we find you in Washington, where you've been covering President Trump for many, many years. What did you make of what we just witnessed in that press conference?
Well, if there had been some expectations that a deal was going to be reached, that expectation was not met. Donald Trump saying that there's no deal until there is a deal. What I think that is going to stand out from that moment that you're going to hear Donald Trump talking about time and time again going forward is something that Vladimir Putin said near the end of his comments, talking about former U.S. President Joe Biden. One thing that Donald Trump repeatedly says is that, if he had been president at the time, there would have been no war, that Russia wouldn't have tried to invade Ukraine, that Russia saw a moment of weakness on the international stage. He has tried to make the argument that because of the failed American exit from Afghanistan, it made America look weak, it made America look unorganized, and that gave signals that he sort of argued that it had sort of, demonstrated that America was not in a powerful situation that it had been. But, at the same time, he said that time and time again that if I were president, this would not have happened. If I were president, things would have been very different. And who said that today at this news conference? Russian President Vladimir Putin said, again, if there would have been no war if he had been president. Whether that is factually correct or not, that is something that will stick with Donald Trump, and I expect we will hear him say that time and time again going forward. However, I don't want to predict what Donald Trump is going to do. That's what sort of stood out to me. Donald Trump is always looking for sort of affirmation of what he has to say, and that is something that he has said repeatedly at length. But again, in this moment, he'll have that, and I expect we will hear him talk about that going forward in the future.
And David, from your point of view, what did you make of President Putin's remarks at the meeting?
Well, they were about twice. Yeah, they were about twice as long as the U.S. president, and covering a lot more ground. They certainly talked about a business relationship. Putin talking about how since President Trump's election, that the bilateral trade between Russia and the United States has increased. That is curious to me because perhaps that is part of what the discussion was. There are some American sanctions on Russian products. They are actually lower than a lot of even American allies, but could some of those go away in return for something around Ukraine? Perhaps that is part of a grand deal that is being sought. As Katie alludes to, it is interesting that there's different language being used here. The Russian president saying we've got an agreement, Trump coming back and saying it's not a deal until it is a deal. Clearly work to be done. What is it? That's the question. What have they actually agreed to, if anything? We're probably going to find that out over the course of the weekend because the U.S. president will be calling European leaders, will be calling NATO, as he said, speaking with the Secretary General, presumably, and outlining not just the content of that conversation, but the potential agreement. Now, what does it mean for all those other parties? Europe actually borders this conflict. Ukraine is in it. They were not at today's summit. They're going to want to know not just what was discussed, what might have been agreed to, and what pathway could be used. If the gateway to all of this is reducing the horrific loss of life, then perhaps today will be seen as instrumental in ending things. Let us not forget that just on the Russian side, just on their side, 250,000 soldiers have been killed, 750,000 more injured so badly that they can't go back to the fight. That's just the Russian side. The Ukrainians are believed to be slightly less than that. Neither really released publicly their numbers. But still, it is a catastrophic and massive amount of death.
And David, to that point, as you rightly mentioned, NATO's going to hear about this meeting. Zelensky's going to hear about this meeting. We don't have Ukrainian representation there. There was no indication from either one of the two leaders that we're going to have another meeting and all three parties were there. Or did I miss that? I know President Trump has been eager for that, but certainly from the Russian side, we didn't hear anything about that. So what does that indicate about a ceasefire deal and how close we might be to one?
Yeah, I understand. And Katie, you jump in if you heard it better than I did. But I think Putin at the end said next time in Moscow, and Trump said something like, oh, I could get in trouble for that one, but let's see. So is there a subsequent meeting? Not one that's announced there yet. Let's see the phone conversations to happen next. You know, Donald Trump's messaging has shifted over the course of the week since this was initially announced. It's gone from we are on track for an agreement to this is exploratory. It's a feeling your way. But when you look at imagery like that, That is exactly what Vladimir Putin wanted this day to look like. It is a win for him to be seen, as Lindsay was saying earlier, as a contemporary. It's a parallel on the same level as the American president, being greeted, the handshake, the red carpet on American soil. If he wants Russia to be seen as a great nation, this is a big step in that direction.
Katie, then let me ask you about if Putin got what he wanted, if he came out feeling and looking like a winner on this, did Trump achieve the same thing for his part of the negotiation? And whatever he needed to communicate to the rest of the world to bring some relief, did he accomplish that?
Well, if we take a look at the statements from both of those leaders, we still don't know if anything has technically been agreed to. So I don't quite know if Donald Trump has achieved a goal. The one thing that Donald Trump has said repeatedly and has been consistent about is that he wants the killing to stop. Though when he does talk about the conflict in Ukraine, sometimes he does not get it right in terms of what actually happened. There have been times when he seemed to suggest that it was Ukraine that started this conflict. In fact, it was not, of course. He has previously called the Ukrainian president a dictator, which is parroting Russian propaganda about that position. That is the Russian propaganda point. So a lot of times when you take a look at major events like this, what is history going to remember in terms of, is there something tangible that's coming out of this? We don't know yet. Based on those short statements, we don't know if there's actually something that is going to happen next or there's some momentum there. We're going to have to wait till we hear about those conversations with the European leaders, the conversation with the Ukrainian president, and if this does lead to something else. Otherwise, this is just another stalling tactic for Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is an opportunity for him, as David has mentioned, to look big and strong on the world stage. The way that he smiled as the two of them drove away in the Beast, which is, of course, is the secure military vehicle that the U.S. president travels in. Imagine a world where those two leaders are sitting alone in that vehicle, even if it is for a short period of time. That was a remarkable thing to happen. But in this moment, we don't have any sort of thing that is tangible in terms of an outcome. Now, it is we still need to wait for readouts. I suspect U.S. President Donald Trump might speak to reporters on Air Force One as they fly home. Maybe something will come out of that. And then it's just, we're going to have to wait and see if there's anything tangible that comes out of this.
Well, that's the point, and we really do need to clarify it in case it wasn't clear enough, because so much of this is unclear. We don't know what happened in that meeting. So they're collegial, they're happy to be with each other. I mean, I think had Trump alone come out of that summit and he was the only one speaking, we could interpret that perhaps it didn't go well. But the two of them are there, they're speaking, but a real lack of clarity of what has actually taken place. But the two are in agreement. So let me ask you then again, Katie, about how this comes across for Trump in terms of wanting to present himself again and again domestically as a deal maker, as a peacemaker, as someone who is worthy of getting a Nobel Peace Prize. How does he have to sell this back home?
So the domestic politics angle to this in the United States, that's what actually stood out to me the most at this, because as we heard from Lindsay before and as we've heard from David as well, we don't know what came out of this yet. It's going to take some time. There wasn't anything to just come forward and announce, so that's going to take a minute. But the domestic politics angle of this is going to be fascinating. Donald Trump brands himself as a peacemaker. He very badly wants to be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, and to his credit, he has repeatedly said he wants the killings to stop. Though when he talks about who is responsible for the killings, that's where the conversation at times can sort of veer from reality, if we were to put it that way. In terms of the domestic politics of this, if this is the starting point to some sort of lasting peace, or if this is a starting point toward momentum, then maybe Donald Trump can lean into that, and maybe Donald Trump can have something that's a win out of this. But what I think is the winning point for him when it comes to his domestic sort of politics is the weapon that basically Vladimir Putin gave him to sort of go after U.S. President Joe Biden. It's something that Donald Trump does often. He sort of blames all of the woes of the world right now, the difficult situation, not just with the war in Ukraine, but the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. He blames it all on weakness at the feet of U.S. President Joe Biden. So when Vladimir Putin stands there and says, you know, essentially that Donald Trump was right, that there would be no war if he had been the president, that all feeds into sort of the bigger picture narrative Donald Trump has created about how, you know, he's the only one who can stand up for American interests. He's the only one that can have peace on the world stage. And it feeds even bigger sort of conspiracy theories that U.S. President Donald Trump talks about when it comes to how he lost the U.S. election. He doesn't acknowledge that he lost the U.S. election. He has at times, but in recent months, he goes on at length about how the election was rigged, how it was stolen from him. And because of that, it's led to all of these terrible things that have happened around the world. This line from Vladimir Putin helps feed that narrative, and it's something that he'll sort of take away from this. That is what I expect. But again, anytime I make any sort of prediction about what we might think might come from Donald Trump, we have to remember that he is not someone who is predictable. That just stood out to me as something that would be some ammunition for Donald Trump, as he often likes to continue to attack his predecessor.
Absolutely. And we heard the Russia hoax commentary from the president again this evening. So, David, let me get you back into the conversation. Here's part of what President Trump had to say. He said many points were agreed to. There are just very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. So again, it's unclear what the it is, that one thing, and what is the there. Is the there the next meeting? Is the there the peace deal, a ceasefire agreement, an armistice of some sort? But from Putin's perspective, I mean, to the best of your knowledge, what would be the thing that he would be holding out on so that the president couldn't get there?
It's one of three things.
Okay.
Either saying that Ukraine can never be part of NATO, because Putin wants that not just buffer zone, but he wants to have influence, if not ownership, of Ukraine. Secondly, it could be control over the 4 oblasts, the 4 eastern states that border Russia, where much of the fighting is happening. Russian forces have been unable to take all of those regions in their entirety, but Putin wants them, and he wants to negotiate. If he can't win them by force, he wants to be given them in an agreement. And then the final part is what they call the denazification of the Ukrainian state. What does that mean? Well, to many Western observers, it means Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, the democratically elected president, along with the democratically elected parliament, get tossed out. And instead, there's a new government, perhaps an interim government, one that's much friendlier to Moscow, one in which the Russians can use their influence to get their way rather than military force. I suspect it may be that very last one. How can Donald Trump get behind tossing out a government in another country? That might be a big sticking point. But of course, let's go back to that Oval Office appearance between Zelensky. You see him there with Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister. Remember when it was a very different scene when he was in the Oval Office with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And I would just wrap up, Natasha, by saying, as we speak right now, you know, it is the middle of the night in Ukrainian cities. Almost certainly, Russian drones are hitting buildings and blowing up and killing people as we speak. So that is the reality of this conflict. There may be talks in a fancy room in a fancy place in Alaska, but people are dying tonight.
David, I know you're wrapping it up, but I do want to ask you one more question, which is, with all of this in mind, if Putin was able to successfully insist that Ukraine is not going to be at this meeting, and President Trump said, okay, and if Putin insists that the next meeting with whomever has to happen in Moscow, what's your sense? Would Zelensky, if he is permitted or invited to come to this thing, he would go to Moscow?
I don't see how the Ukrainian president could not go if he was invited to ceasefire talks, particularly because although the Americans sell weapons to the Ukrainians via the Europeans now, they still rely on not just the American weapons, but the American intelligence needed to operate those weapons. So I don't see how he could not, go to something like that. But the question is whether he would even be invited. Whether the Europeans, again, who are neighbors to this conflict and have been providing money and weapons to the Ukrainians as well, whether they would be part of it. And it goes back to, and Katie's talked about this earlier today, the way in which Vladimir Putin wants to be seen as a great leader of a great nation. He wants the Soviet Union back, the way in which it was when Ukraine was part of Russia. Putin has spoken repeatedly about how Ukraine is not an independent country. He views it as part of Russia, that it always has been, that it's never been away, that it is right now, and it should remain thus. And he wants that reality back. That's a very difficult place to negotiate from.
Okay, and Katie, very quickly, final word to you on what you hope to hear. If we do hear from President Trump on Air Force One as he's heading back to Washington, what do you hope comes out of any questions and answers at that point?
Well, perhaps to get better insight into what actually happened in the room and what those conversations actually entailed. I think the big thing going forward is going to be what we learn from the conversations that the American officials have with European officials, with Ukrainian officials, if we get a sense of whether there might actually be some momentum towards some sort of agreement that could lead to peace, so that that people are not killed, so that Russia's violent attacks on Ukraine begin to stop. But, you know, hours before this summit began, Russia launched a series of attacks on Ukraine. So that was sort of the attitude that the Russian delegation had as they were arriving in the United States. So it's going to take some time. We need to learn whether there is actually progress or momentum towards something that might actually get this conflict closer to being over.
Okay, CBC's Katie Simpson and David Common, thank you both so much for your time and for your insights.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, let's get some more analysis now. And for that, we've invited to the show Peter Dickinson. He is the Ukraine editor at the Atlantic Council and the publisher of Business Ukraine magazine. He's joining us today from Kyiv. Sir, thank you so much for making time for us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to join you.
Mr. Dickinson, I wonder if we could begin by just getting your initial reaction to what we heard being said by Presidents Putin and President Trump.
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say too much, obviously, because we have such small amount of information. I mean, I think my initial reaction would be relief that it wasn't worse, that it could have been worse, and we didn't hear any particularly outrageous comments from Trump, for example. The last time he met Putin, he came out of the meeting and basically said he trusted Putin more than his own intelligence service. So there was a lot of concern, frankly, here in Ukraine, that we might hear some similarly outlandish comments from Trump after today's meeting. But what he said was quite vague. Of course, he was very, quite positive, but it was very vague. And my instinct would be that actually they haven't really agreed to very much at all. Also, the meeting was not particularly long. Before the meeting, the Russian side had talked about it stretching perhaps for 6 or 7 hours. In the final analysis, it was only a few hours. So I think my overwhelming impression at first is could have been a lot worse.
Okay, so it certainly could have been a lot worse, but is that the benchmark? I mean, the degree of vagueness of what we just heard between these two leaders, I imagine would leave maybe some people relieved, but others deeply frustrated because this thing was thrown together so quickly. President Trump acquiesced to a number of President Putin's requests, including not having Ukraine at the meeting. So what is the world meant to interpret of this vagueness?
Well, I mean, I think I can't really speak for the rest of Europe, but certainly in Ukraine, people are really waiting for Trump to lose patience with Putin. They're waiting for this charade to play out. As far as they're concerned, it's very clear what Putin is doing. Putin is simply trying to stall for time. He's simply playing games, creating new diplomatic formulas to try and drag things out, to try and avoid further sanctions, to try and avoid more measures against Russia, more support for Ukraine, while he continues to pursue the war. So it's really a question of at what point does President Trump say, okay, enough is enough? We've come closer to that in recent weeks, and I think that was the reason why Putin then came out with this idea for a summit. Today we've seen the summit. It doesn't seem that much has come out of it, so we're almost back to square one, and it really is a question now, I think, in the next few days, what kind of reaction you're going to see around the world and also in America from Trump's own supporters even. Are they going to say, look, come on, this guy's not serious. What's happening? Of course, we have to wait and find out. We'll find out in the next day or so, I guess, or maybe in the next few hours, exactly what has been achieved and what's been promised. But I would say that I would make a prediction that that not a lot will be the outcome, and people will have to say then, okay, maybe it's just more of the same from Putin, and at some point Trump has to say, okay, enough, time to get a little bit tougher.
Let's talk about Putin's ambitions here. What is your best understanding of what he wants?
Well, I think Putin's been quite clear, and certainly in his actions. If we look at what he's done, now the Russians currently control around 20% of Ukraine. They've occupied 20% of the country, which is not a small amount, of course, almost a quarter of Ukraine. Now, in that part of Ukraine, the Russians are systematically erasing all traces of Ukrainian identity. So the Ukrainian language, culture, heritage, essentially Ukraine no longer exists there. So I think it's very reasonable to assume that that is his goal for the whole of the country. He wants to take more territory, that's clear. He says openly that Ukrainians are Russians. Even today, he talked about them being a brotherly nation, which is essentially Kremlin code for saying that Ukraine is not a foreign nation at all, it's part of Russia. And his overall goal is to basically extinguish Ukrainian statehood and erase the Ukrainian national identity if he's able to take over the country. So from a Ukrainian point of view, it's an existential war here. They're fighting for national survival, not just to be independent politically, but to exist as a nation.
Do you think that President Trump understands these what have been described as empirical ambitions for Putin? And I ask that because we've heard President Trump repeatedly refer to land swaps or territorial swaps, or that he understands real estate, and essentially this is an issue about real estate.
Well, I think that's a very good question. That maybe is the key question here, I think. And you're quite right, this recent talk of real estate, he spoke earlier this week about oceanfront properties and other very clear sort of property developer lexicon. That seems to be how Trump views the issue. He seems to think that if he can find the right balance and trade territories, he can resolve the issue. But Putin's not fighting for land. He's fighting for Ukraine. He needs to control Ukraine. And from Putin's perspective, it's really not enough. If any peace deal that leaves Ukraine intact, even if it's a smaller country, even if they have to accept the loss de facto, not de jure, but de facto of this 20% that's occupied, even if that's the case, if Ukraine comes out of it as an independent country, as a sovereign country that's able to continue pursuing its European integration ambitions, that's a big loss for the Russians. That's a critical loss for Putin personally. I don't think he's going to accept that. I don't think he can afford to accept that. And I think Trump really needs to understand that's the issue he's got to resolve. He's got to convince Putin that Ukraine is here to stay, and America's not going to allow it to be wiped off the map.
Okay. Let me also ask you, because I think for many in the West, by virtue of being in the West, there's not a complete understanding of what the dissolution of the Soviet Union would have meant to many Russians, especially someone like President Putin, having served in the KGB, watching the entire system fall apart. What has that done to his political ambitions, which would give us a bit more insight into what is happening with Ukraine right now?
Well, no, that is the crux of the whole issue. From a Russian point of view, the war in Ukraine is all about revenge for the collapse of the Soviet Union. I think a lot of people in the West assume that there was a sense of relief in the former Soviet Union when the Soviet regime collapsed, because it was a totalitarian regime. It was a hostile regime to its own people, we assume. But in actual fact, for Russians, it was a national disaster. Putin and most Russians saw the Soviet Union as the Russian Empire, as just under a rebranding, as it were. It was the Russian Empire. Russia dominated the entire Soviet Union, and Russia lost almost overnight around 1/3 of its territory and around 2/3 of its population, imperial population. And those who remained were basically plunged into poverty. Their country went from being like the global superpower to almost a third world country, a banana republic. So it was a devastating blow, very traumatic blow for all Russians and for Putin personally. And that has stayed with him. That sort of shaped his worldview. And his obsession with Ukraine is really all about that, because he sees Ukraine as a symbol of that injustice and that humiliation. Ukraine is actually absolutely central to Russia's sense of identity. It's part of the Russian heartlands. It's more Russian than a lot of regions that are actually in Russia today, like Chechnya and Ingushetia, which are ethnically and religiously diverse. Ukraine is absolutely central to Russia's national identity. Kiev, where I'm speaking to you from right now, is the mother city of Russia. The Russians consider it to be the original mother city of Russia itself. So, from a point of view of getting revenge for the fall of the Soviet Union, for regaining the Russian Empire, for putting Russia back where it should be as far as Putin's concerned, Ukraine's absolutely central to that, and that's really what this war is all about.
I would be remiss if I let you go without asking you about what has been the atmosphere today in Kyiv, the people you've been speaking with, the degree of anticipation about what would come out of this meeting, the feeling that they are not participating in today's discussions. What is the mood like there?
Well, I think people didn't have. I think a lot of people didn't expect there to be any major developments coming from the meetings, and they will be, I think, relieved that that appears to be the case. There was certainly very little expectation that something positive would come out of it. The main concern, as I say earlier, that something terrible would come out of it, or some shift in the American position towards Russia. That hasn't been the case. I think the main thing I've noticed is there's been, people were very angry about the optics of it all, about the red carpet treatment for Putin. That really hurts people, really upsets people very seriously, because Putin to them is a figure who's unleashed an unthinkable trauma on them. Hundreds of thousands of people have been murdered. Tens of millions have been forced to flee their homes. Dozens of towns and cities are literally reduced to rubble. And every day almost we have more trauma, more horrors, and more bombing across the country, not only on the front line. So to see this man who's unleashed this war be given that red carpet treatment really was deeply, deeply upsetting and angering for Ukrainians. I mean, it was very, very offensive.
Peter Dickinson, thank you so much for making time for us today, and we really appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we want to show you some images now. This is just moments after that press conference wrapped up that we brought you live on CBC News Network. There you see President Trump, and I believe that is the back of President Putin. They're having a friendly conversation. We see a handshake, but there's no audio. Otherwise, of course, we would have shown that to you, but it gives you a sense of the degree of collegiality between these two men. Clearly, we did not have a repeat of what we saw earlier this year in the Oval Office between President Trump and President Zelensky, a much more collegial relationship with the president of the Russian state. So it just gives you a sense of where things stand. These two men say they're committed to working together, that they understand each other fundamentally. But whether the rest of the world understands and whether Ukraine will be protected in any of this is the major question that people want an answer to. And we don't have clarity from that press conference today on that point. But we do want to dig even deeper, get a little bit more analysis. And for that, we're turning to our next guest. He is a professor of Russian national security policy at Johns Hopkins University and a former U.S. diplomat to Moscow. Donald Jensen, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you for having me.
Can I begin, sir, by getting your sense first about what we heard from President Putin?
Well, I think Putin's goal from the beginning of the preparations for this meeting, beginning 2 or 3 weeks ago, was to make Russia a normal great power, a normal country again. Russia asked for the meeting. You saw all sorts of praises of the Russian state, the Russian civilization, and certainly if you read the Russian media in the past couple of hours, whether it's on the social media, which is very active, or the official state commentary, they've talked about their back. And I think Peter's comment about the red carpet is something that a lot of Russians I've read in the past couple of hours have talked about. Yeah, he was treated warmly, he was welcomed, and there was almost nothing in the press conference about the war, about sanctions, about a ceasefire, about anything else related to the war and this horrible toll that Ukraine has paid for the Russian invasion. So that may come up soon. That may come up in a meeting with the three leaders, if you include Zelensky, but it's not clear that anything will happen because it's all so vague. So there was a lot of atmospherics, and again, from the beginning of this year, and certainly from the beginning of the Russian preparation for this meeting this week, the presence of people like Kirill Dmitriev, the presence in the Russian delegation of the Russian finance minister, there are people who are engaged in the business of making money for the Russian state, which is in many ways their national pastime. That raised what I think we all now see more clearly, which is that the Russians want a normal place in the world, and they think a prime place in the world. They want business with the West. They want the money they lost for their horrible invasion returned. All those things suggest a more laissez-faire view from Washington. Much is to be determined, as we've talked about here on the program. But again, this is another zig where in the past couple of weeks about Russia, President Trump seems to have zagged. So again, a lot of vague, a lot of rhetoric, but again, a different optic, a different atmosphere already just in the past 6 hours.
Mr. Jensen, this is all so fascinating. So if President Putin wants a degree of normalization, of re-acceptance of Russia into the international community, would not the quickest way for him to achieve that would be to end the war in Ukraine?
Well, that would be in the view of most Western nations and most other nations, but that's not how the Russians think about it. I think I would go back to what Peter just said and maybe make the point even more strongly. Putin does not want to recreate the Soviet Union. He wants to recreate the Russian Empire, and Ukraine, a very different country, in fact, has a cultural heritage that intersects somewhat with Russian history. He wants to recreate that, and as Zbigniew Brzezinski once said, if you lose Russia, Russia loses its identity. What happened in 1991, which is the anniversary we're going to again note next week, is that Russia had an opportunity to go along a democratic path. Russia had an opportunity to integrate with the West, and they've thrown it away at the service of their imperial dreams. Ukraine, however, it's a different path, most especially in the past decade. And that really is its own kind of regional class of civilizations. How it turns out, no one really knows. But again, there's nothing here today that suggests progress was made on ending the war, progress in terms of Ukraine's future, and frankly, progress in terms of Russia's future. It's a pat on the back, some would say. And again, we'll have to see what happens on the talks between Trump and the reporters going back. We have to see what happens when there's another meeting in Moscow or wherever it may be. So there's a lot of stuff on the table that is, frankly, no more resolved today than it was yesterday or last week or, frankly, last year.
So then how do you think President Trump looks coming out of this meeting?
Well, I don't like to offer my own view of this kind of thing, but let's say that I think a lot of people who have been critical of his Russia policy, his Ukraine policy, whether it's accurate or not, a lot of people now see this as, again, as we say in American football, he's punted the ball again. And that is not going to please a lot of people in Washington, especially the Democratic Party, which is strongly for Ukraine, but a lot of Republican people, members of Congress, are also strongly for Ukraine. So this raises a lot of issues about Trump's foreign policy and Ukraine policy here in Washington as well. But above all, it raises questions in Europe. Your previous guest talked about when will they get tough with Putin, but I think the question now arises, when will Europe and Ukraine sort of figure that President Trump and the U.S. is no longer as strong in their support as they once were, and how will they deal with it? Now, this is an issue which has come up much of this year. It's come up apparently resolved recently because the Brits, the British, the French, and the Germans have been very, very strongly for Ukraine. So I think whatever the president tells the leaders of those countries, they are going to now look and take stock about their own policies, where the U.S. policy might go, especially if Russia seems to be back toward a rehabilitation of sorts. Again, Putin is considered by many people in the world a war criminal. The choice of flight was curious and commented on today over the Arctic. So I think we're going to have to see now where the situation goes in the nearest future, with the understanding that things are about as vague after this meeting as they were even in the run-up in the last couple of weeks.
And before I let you go, sir, referencing back to President Trump's meeting in the Oval Office with President Zelensky earlier this year, which went very differently, went awry. Something that really jumped out at me during that conversation was how President Trump kept saying to Zelensky, you don't hold any cards, you don't have any cards. And in this moment, is Ukraine, does it have any cards at this point? I mean, do they have any leverage one way or the other, or are they at the mercy of these two men and how they will decide to move forward?
Well, that is the question. I would say the Ukrainians are not at all at the mercy of those two leaders. The Ukrainians have made great progress in rebuilding their own defense industry. The drone kind of warfare they've been practicing for the past few months is something that is a model even for NATO. And I would add, by the way, that kind of the assumption the last week or two about Russia winning on the battlefield really has to be qualified in a significant way. Russia has advanced very slowly in the east. Russia has asked for territory that now is controlled by Ukraine, Donbass, Lugansk, and the two other regions, because they can't conquer it themselves. So the fact that they don't have any cards, I think, frankly, is not true. Ukraine has many cards to play. I think going to likely play them more energetically in the coming weeks. But the military situation is extremely tough. But they're not losing in the sense that they're going to collapse, I think, anytime soon. They have very good leadership at home with President Zelensky. And frankly, as we've seen daily since February 2022, the courage, the resilience of the Ukrainian people and their very, very strong civil society, I would add, often led by women, by the way, that strength, that resilience that goes down to the very core of the Ukrainian nation is what has carried them through these past 3 years. If you ignore that, then I think you ignore one of the real strengths of the country. 1991, which you mentioned, was not just about a democratic breakthrough for some of the former Soviet republics. It was about countries like Ukraine rediscovering their identity. I mean, Ukraine's identity certainly now, and certainly for the younger generation in Ukraine, is not with Russia, nor will it ever be with Russia. It is with the West, no matter how hard and bloody the path is to get there.
Donald Jensen, very good to get your point of view today, sir. Thank you for making some time.
Thank you.
And if you are just joining us here on CBC News Network, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have wrapped up their press conference, and it was a short one. They did not take questions from reporters, but the U.S. president did say there is no deal just yet on the war in Ukraine.
Many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspaper.
All right, so let's get some further analysis, and we go once again to Washington, where we find CBC's Cameron McIntosh, who's been following these developments all day. Cam, thanks for standing by. It has been an incredibly eventful day, one that we've been watching closely. What do you make of how President Trump has framed the summit with Putin?
Well, you know, that's been a constantly changing narrative coming from Donald Trump. You know, the words today, there's no deal until there's a deal. A lot of people in this town are parsing through everything that the president said, and you can bet it's the same story in the capitals of Europe and across Ukraine. So what was said, what was not said? Let's start at the beginning of the day today. And after, you know, a few days here in Washington of hearing the president kind of downplay expectations for this meeting, calling it an exploratory meeting or a kind of a feeling out meeting to see where the Russians really stood, he tweeted out today, or posted on his Truth social media site, 2 simple words: high stakes, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Really kind of, you know, leaning into, or I guess acknowledging the gravity of this meeting. Then shortly after that, after Air Force One took off, he spoke with a group of reporters in flight and said that he was looking for a ceasefire today. So he put a marker down. he put a goal down, he put an objective down, saying that he wanted to see a ceasefire or Russia would face severe economic consequences. The word ceasefire did not come up in that press conference. Vladimir Putin didn't say it. Donald Trump didn't say it. Basically, what we heard from the president was that they are close to a deal of some kind, without really explaining what that may be, that there are points that they're on agreement on. He did say near the end that we're going to stop thousands of people a week from getting killed soon, but didn't elaborate on how that would be. Would that be a ceasefire? Would that be a broader deal? He also said that they'll meet again soon, and that's when Putin responded to him in English. He said, in Moscow. Donald Trump said, yeah, I'd probably get a lot of heat for that, but, you know, off they went without any details, without any confirmation that that meeting is going to happen or who would be involved in it. The other thing Donald Trump said a couple of times there is that he was going to make a few phone calls, leaders in Europe, President Zelensky in Ukraine. So have Trump and Putin agreed on some things that Trump now needs to effectively take back to Europe or take back to Ukraine to see if he can go forward? We really don't know, but boy, in this town, a lot of speculation, and it's going to be an interesting weekend.
Absolutely it is. And Cam, just so you know, and folks at home know, we are showing images of President Putin getting on board his plane. So he's going to be returning back home to Moscow. Everything has sort of wrapped up, but the reaction is coming in fast and furious, Cam. So, you know, it's been less than an hour since the meeting ended, since the press conference ended. I wonder what you're seeing in terms of a political response for Trump in the United States.
Well, it's going to be mixed, right? And opinions on Ukraine are mixed. So let's start with this. I mean, there is going to be some disappointment here. People were hoping to see something, you know, an agreement for a ceasefire would have been ideal. But, you know, this will fall down partisan lines. You know, Republicans will say President Trump was a statesman today. He went and he looked Vladimir Putin in the eye, and he's working on getting concessions from him. Democrats who broadly support for Ukraine will say that the president is not getting it done, right? So you're going to see that, but you know, particularly too amongst the American public, there's polling out today that indicates about 47% don't see Ukraine as a responsibility or that the United States should be involved in defending it. Now, keep in mind, here in the United States, after the last 20 years, there is a lot of fatigue with foreign wars. There's a lot of fatigue with financing foreign wars. You know, for Donald Trump, there is political pressure to get out of Ukraine, but are we any closer to that today? Very unclear.
Cam McIntosh in Washington. Thanks so much, Cam. And once again, we want to remind you that President Donald Trump said he and Vladimir Putin did not reach a deal to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Many had hoped at the beginning of this week that that is where this week would end. That is not what has happened. The two of them have met in Alaska today. Vladimir Putin did say the two leaders had come to an understanding, but neither of the two leaders offered much in terms of details as to what was discussed and where the conversation will have to move next. What we did hear from President Trump is that they are extremely close, but there was one issue on which they just couldn't get there. What the destination was, we still don't know. We will continue our coverage of this story coming up in the second hour of Hannah Mansing Tonight. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatha, and you're watching Hannah Mansing Tonight. This hour, we continue our special coverage of the summit between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Both leaders say progress was made as Trump attempts to end Russia's war in Ukraine. However, no deal has been reached as of yet. CBC's Lindsay Duncombe has been following the very latest for us from Anchorage. So, Lindsay, what more did we hear from these two leaders?
Well, I think the big story here, Natasha, is what we didn't hear, which was any details about how either of these leaders think steps can be taken to end the war in Ukraine. Instead, what we heard was admiration from Donald Trump to Vladimir Putin and vice versa, as well as an indication that progress towards a deal had been made. Here's Donald Trump.
We had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
Donald Trump did say that he would reach out to Europe and Ukraine, updating them on the substance of the meeting. And on that front, we heard Vladimir Putin say that he hoped the Europeans would not torpedo the progress that had been made here. Here's how Putin put that.
I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
So in the absence of any substance here, what we're left with as a takeaway from the events was really the spectacle. What we saw was Vladimir Putin being welcomed by Donald Trump in a highly symbolic manner at a military base with a red carpet, with handshakes and smiles and a military flyover. This is exactly the kind of welcome that Putin wanted, because Putin, since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, has been a pariah in the Western world. Effectively, this meeting with Donald Trump ends that isolation, and it will be interesting to see how Europe and Kyiv react to that. One point, though, this doesn't necessarily mean that people in Ukraine are going to be overly disappointed. I think the biggest thing that Ukraine was worried about was a bad deal, a deal that hinted at what Donald Trump had said in terms of land swaps. That has not been articulated. So while we don't have any details, not a worst case scenario for Ukraine.
Okay, Lindsay, as you rightly point out, short on details, short on clarity, but there's still hope for what might come next. So where exactly do things go from here?
Well, what we know is that Donald Trump's going to talk to Sean Hannity, so maybe there'll be some more details there. And then Donald Trump is going to talk to Europe, and he's going to talk to Kyiv and hash out or say what progress was made. We did get an indication from these leaders that there could be further meetings, and the question will be, will that include Vladimir Zelensky, something that Trump had committed to when he was speaking to European leaders in advance of this summit. There is also, I think, as we look forward, a thawing of the relationship between Moscow and the United States. We heard Vladimir Putin offer an invitation to Moscow to the president, something that Donald Trump seemed to be excited at the prospect of.
CBC's Lindsay Duncombe reporting from Anchorage, Alaska. Lindsay, thank you so much. Okay, now I want to turn to my colleague in Ottawa. CBC's Katie Simpson is there. So, Katie, no deal reached, as we just heard from Lindsay, between Trump and Putin. But the U.S. president says they have reached some sort of understanding. From your vantage point, what has Trump accomplished or gained from this meeting?
It's going to be a bit of a challenge to really get into that until we get more details and more specifics about what has actually come out of this meeting. He certainly gave the impression that there is some progress being made there, that perhaps there is some sort of pathway to maybe a next meeting. Maybe that is the best case scenario here. But because there's nothing, concrete right now, something Lindsay mentioned, we'll probably get more insight in the next couple of hours as U.S. President Donald Trump is doing an interview with a very friendly Fox News host who is a very big supporter of the president. So we might get more insight, might get more details there in his interview with Sean Hannity. And then, of course, he could speak to reporters while on board Air Force One heading back to Washington. So until we sort of get the next details about what came out of that conversation, perhaps we hear from European leaders after, White House officials start making calls to European leaders. Trump speaks with other world leaders. That's when we're going to sort of get a better perspective there. But Donald Trump, he had mixed messaging leading into this summit. So it's hard to sort of have a bar of where to meet things when the message is all over the map. And this is something that Donald Trump has frequently done. Overall, the goal was to get to a ceasefire. On the plane on the way to this summit, he said if there wasn't a ceasefire, he would not be very happy. That was sort of the goal there. Neither he nor Russian President Vladimir Putin made any sort of declaration that there had been a ceasefire agreement. So we know that if that was the bar that Trump set for himself, that was not reached. But they also sort of, changed sort of expectations with the way the White House spoke about it in the days leading up to this. First, the objective was a ceasefire. Then it was like, well, this is a listening exercise, and then maybe it'll get to other meetings with other leaders, and that can, sort of roll the ball forward toward eventual peace. But for now, there's nothing tangible coming out of this that we are aware of. That could change. For the moment, though, there's nothing that either side can sort of point to as something tangible that changes. Now, from Donald Trump's perspective, Trump has taken a position that has not been consistent with previous American leaders. He is supportive of bringing Vladimir Putin back into what would become the G8. It was, remember, Russia was kicked out of the G8 after it invaded and seized Crimea. But U.S. President Donald Trump thinks that was a mistake, thinks he should be brought in, thinks that the Russians should be able to sort of sit there and have a conversation and be a part of that dialogue. But if that is perhaps the goal, that he's trying to sort of legitimize and give Vladimir Putin sort of this world, sort of this moment on the world stage to be legitimized by an American leader, if that was something, whether he intended to or not, that is what has come out of this at this point. If you look at what the headline's going to be out of this, it's going to be no deal reached, and all of the images are going to likely be the handshake, the clapping, and getting into the beast. That's really what's going to really stand out, at least at this point.
Okay, so then what does this do for another one of President Trump's goals, which we hear him referencing time and time again, that he's a deal maker, he's a peacemaker? Can he say that today after this summit?
If this moment leads to some sort of substantial ceasefire and substantial peace, and this was the sort of spark that gets it there, then perhaps. Right now, in this moment, I don't think we can say that, because he, acknowledged himself there's no deal until there's a deal. Trump, the way Trump had talked about this leading up to this meeting, he said, I'll know whether this is going well the first minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes into this. He had threatened to walk out if things were not going the way he wanted them to go. They didn't get to the conclusion that he had hoped. One thing Donald Trump has been consistent on is that he has said time and time again, he wants the killing to stop. He wants the killing to stop, and talks about all of the people who are dead as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Though the way he talks about it, he doesn't necessarily always frame it as Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And he often talks about, he's often criticized. We've seen him criticize Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. So in terms of, can he walk out of this and say, in this moment, this is, I am the deal maker who made this peace? Not at this not at this moment. If this does lead to something in the future, if something happened behind the scenes that we don't know about yet, that sparks a process that gets to, Russia to stop firing rockets into Ukraine, then maybe. But at this point, we can't say that.
Okay, Katie, and as we're speaking to you, we are seeing images of President Trump's vehicle pulling up to Air Force One. We anticipate he'll be getting out any moment and then heading up back into Air Force One, making his way back home to Washington. So to that point, what sort of signs are you going to be watching for to point to any kind of progress? Because both leaders said we've made progress. What do we need to see in reality for that to be true?
Well, does this lead to any sort of change on the behavior of the Russian president? My expectation in this moment is no, because there are no signs that Russia wants to change, that Russia has any sort of interest in backing off on its attacks on Ukraine. In the hours leading up to this summit, oh, and there goes Donald Trump up those steps up to Air Force One right now. But in the hours leading up to this summit, Russia fired more attacks or more missiles into Ukraine. At least one of the attacks was deadly. And then we also saw the not-so-subtle messaging from Russian officials. We had Sergei Lavrov, who's the Russian foreign minister, and there goes Donald Trump giving the fist pump and the wave as he hops on in there. But Sergei Lavrov, who is the Russian foreign minister, was wearing a shirt with CCCP on it. That's Russian for USSR. We're told by, there are American news reports that the meal served on the Russian plane was chicken Kiev. Like, these are not subtle signs, subtle messaging, especially with the deadly attacks into Ukraine, that Russia is sort of necessarily interested in veering from its stated goal. And we know that Russian President Vladimir Putin wants to seize Ukraine. So at this point, we haven't seen any sort of change in behavior there. That would be one thing to look for, possibly, if there is going to be any sort of pathway to peace. But really, it's going to be, what are we hearing from the European leaders after they get a chance to talk to Trump? What do we hear Trump say publicly to the media? And whether there's any sort of disconnect between what European leaders are hearing and what gets reported around that, and then what Trump is saying directly.
All right. Katie, we'll be watching for your analysis in the coming days. It was so great to have you tonight. CBC's Katie Simpson in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So for more analysis, we are joined now by Michael Carpenter. He is a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, as well as a former U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. We are also joined by Marta Dichok. She is an associate professor of political science and history at Western University and a fellow at the University of Toronto's Munk School of Global Affairs. Michael, Marta, thank you so much for making time for us.
Thanks for having me.
Marta, I'll begin with you in terms of what you were hoping to hear from that press conference from the two leaders, and what do you make of what you actually heard?
Well, this is a huge victory for Vladimir Putin. This is an indicted war criminal who was welcomed by the president of the most powerful country in the world, who shook his hand, said, "Come to my country, ride in my car, and let's have a press conference together." They both said what I expected they would say. This was a great meeting. We both had a great conversation. There's nothing to show for it. But what is very, very clear to me is that Trump is playing to Putin. And in the press conference, those people who watched it, the two leaders are there. Who's the host? Trump. What does he do? He says, Vladimir President, and Putin gets to start the press conference. And what did he do? He went on his usual historical tirade of friendly relations between Russia and the United States, and went on and on, not talking at all about what the summit was about. The reason they met is to discuss a peace plan for Russia's war against Ukraine. There was almost no talk about this in the press conference. But President Putin said, "Oh, next time we meet, come to Moscow." He was just smiling the whole time. This is a huge, huge victory for Putin. I see nothing that the United States gained, and certainly nothing for Ukraine or the peace process.
Michael, same question to you. What were you hoping for? What did you actually hear?
Well, I was hoping that President Trump would not endorse some idea from President Putin to annex, 5 oblasts of Ukraine to Russia, which is, of course, what Putin wants. But look, the way I see this is, there's one of two Putins that could have showed up. There's the Putin who could have been a little bit more savvy and perhaps made some superficial concessions in return for sanctions relief from President Trump, who really very badly wants to be able to normalize relations with Russia, get back to business in terms of commercial deals, in terms of exploiting hydrocarbons and a range of other things. So Putin could have been a little bit savvier and come and perhaps made a few gestures that would have given Trump the political space with the American people and with the US Congress to be able to begin dialing back sanctions, which of course Putin very much wants, because the Russian economy, frankly, is in very dire straits. The other Putin is the one that actually showed up. The typical maximalist Putin that demands, 5 oblasts of Ukraine, the demilitarization of Ukraine, no NATO troops in Ukraine, no European troops in Ukraine, no security guarantees for Ukraine. It's likely that maximalist Putin was there in the room, and Trump just simply had very little to work with. I agree with Professor Ditchuk that, ultimately Putin comes out the winner. He was legitimized. He's been indicted by the ICC. He got literally the red carpet treatment. So all good for Putin. Trump did not get what he wanted. He's going to try to have some other meeting, but it's unclear whether he's going to be able to do that.
Marta, I want to return to something that you referenced, which is that Trump is playing to Putin. Why do you think that is? Because we do not see this American president doing it for other international leaders.
That's the million-dollar question. There are many theories floating around why that's happening. What we see very clearly is a warm relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And if we contrast the way that Ukraine's President Zelensky was greeted in the White House a few months ago, and the way that, and Zelensky is the president whose country is being attacked, and then the president of the country that's attacking gets the warm welcome. So what's going on between these two people? We need to look at the history. And again, there's a lot of speculation about what happened during the Soviet period, in the previous years. I don't think that's a constructive conversation to have. What I think is more relevant is what do we see happening now and moving forward? And again, what I was listening to, what Trump was saying, he was talking his usual business talk. He billed this as a peace summit, but what he was talking about, when this is all over, we can get back to business. I think he literally said that. So he's looking to reestablish economic relations with Russia, which in and of itself is a little bit interesting because the US and Russia don't have a very powerful economic relationship in terms of trade and so on. It's a very small portion of US trade. So Trump is talking globally about trade and tariffs and making US #1 again. And yes, we want to have a good relationship with Russia, but Russia has very little to offer. So there's a huge question mark there. But that's what I read in this summit. It's let's try to normalize relations so we can get back to business. And there isn't that much business to be had, frankly, between Russia and the US.
And as we're hearing from you, Marta, I should let the audience know you are looking at live footage of Air Force One about to leave Anchorage, Alaska after that summit today and return back to Washington. We'll certainly be watching for any tape that might come of reporters on board that flight with the U.S. president and see if we get any further details or any kind of details about what was actually discussed. Now, Michael, if I could return to the issue of what Putin wants. And this issue of the land, referencing what Marta was saying, that we can get back to business. Now, President Trump has repeatedly said he's a deal maker, he understands real estate, and he has even positioned the 4 different regions beyond Crimea that Russia has managed to seize control over in these past 3 years.
Partial control. Partial control.
Partial control. Thank you for that, Marta. That this encroachment into Ukrainian territory, that he is not willing to give that up. Is there any world, Michael, in which that Putin would be willing to, or that Ukraine would be willing to secede in order to achieve peace?
Well, I think you're right that President Trump largely views this in terms of land swaps and real estate. Although Putin, of course, is not willing to swap anything, so it's all one-sided, right? But ultimately, this is about more than just territory. For Putin, this is about subjugating the Ukrainian nation. He wants to bend Ukraine to his will, rather. He wants to have a pliant dictator like he had with Yanukovych in Kyiv. He wants to control the country. And I don't think President Trump fully cares or appreciates that fact. And so his team, Steve Witkoff has gone out there. There was a lot of confusion when he returned to Washington about, he thought that maybe President Putin was willing to make concessions on two of the oblasts that he partially controls, namely Kherson and Zaporizhia. It turns out that there were no concessions there. It was just freezing the line, and he wanted Ukraine to actually withdraw from territory that it controls in two other oblasts, in Donetsk and Luhansk. So, there's been a lot of sort of muddly understanding of the details here on the part of the Trump administration. But fundamentally, they don't understand that President Putin wants to control the entire country. And he has, when he talks about root causes, that's what he means. He wants to subjugate Ukraine. And that's why it's unlikely that no matter how many meetings there are, and no matter who attends them, whether it's President Zelensky or whether there's European leaders, it's unlikely that there's going to be any kind of a deal or agreement between the two sides, because their views are incompatible.
So I'm so glad you said that, because this is the part of the story that I'm not quite understanding. Because if there is some sort of armistice or a ceasefire or some sort of negotiated pause in the fighting, if President Putin's ultimate goal is to take control of the entirety of Ukraine, what guarantee is there that he won't, in 6 months or 6 years, go for more territory?
None.
No, that's exactly right. In the absence of a security guarantee, and the only real security guarantee is NATO, there is nothing that is going to stop Putin from resting, refitting, and then eventually reattacking at some point in the future. And he very much has his eyes on the Black Sea coastline around Odessa. And the next country, in my view, that is likely to be a victim of Putin's aggression is Moldova, because he would love to have a land bridge all the way down to the Transnistria region of Moldova. And so unless European leaders get serious about this particular moment in time, and they have an option available to them, which is to seize the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets and arm Ukraine, invest in Ukraine's defense industrial base, procure weapons from the U.S., put in motion production of European weapons. That's really the only way to have this end on terms that are favorable for Ukraine.
Okay. Marta, you wanted to jump in, please.
I totally agree. I mean, the bottom line here is you have two extremely different positions. Russia wants to occupy Ukraine. Ukraine wants to be independent. There's no negotiation here. And this is what I think Trump doesn't get. And the fact that he has no experts on Russia or Ukraine in his inner circle is hugely problematic, because he's coming at this with his usual transactional business sense. And perhaps there's some history there, which we will learn about later. But there is no negotiation to happen. I mean, it's what Ukrainians are saying is, just leave our country and leave us in peace. And what Russia is saying and Putin is saying is, Ukrainians and Russians are one people and we want to control you. So there's no room for compromise there.
So Marta, then play this scenario out for me. If these two parties cannot come to some sort of agreement, they are so diametrically and philosophically opposed, how does this current war come to a conclusion if that is the ultimate goal?
Well, that's the question. That's the million-dollar question. And in my opinion, the only way that this war will end is when Russia is forced to stop fighting. And that's where that whole discussion about sanctions and secondary sanctions and freezing of assets, the reason Russia is able to continue this war is because it is buying weapons from other countries. It's selling its energy and buying weapons. And Russia is much bigger than Ukraine. It's like if the U.S. attacked Canada, it's not the U.S. will win, right? Because they're bigger and stronger and more powerful and richer. So that's the scenario. So how do you prevent Putin from being able to wage war? It's not sitting down at the table with him and saying, please stop, because he won't. It is forcing him. It's like a bully in a playground. You have to use his language to him, which is, we're going to force you to stop. And that's where I'm hearing the European leaders are starting to talk that language, but Trump is not. And the other big victory for Putin here, sorry, I'll make this quick, is he has managed to divide the transatlantic alliance. The US and Europe are no longer always on the same page. And that's exactly what he wants. Because when the democracies are divided, that makes it much easier for him. Sorry, Michael, you were next.
No,
yeah, no, I agree with all of that. I just think one additional data point is valuable here, which is that the Russian economy is actually quite weak. Inflation's around 13%. The Russian Sovereign Wealth Fund, since the full-scale invasion began in February of 2022, is down something like 70 or 75%. So Russia is running out of liquid assets. Its economy is smaller than the state of California's. If the European Union, Japan, Canada, and the United States were to impose secondary sanctions on the countries that purchase Russian oil, I should say, the Russian economy would be going into a tailspin. And then potentially you would find a situation where President Putin would sue for peace, or we would have some sort of an armistice a la the Koreas in the 1950s. That's really the way that this conflict most likely ends. But it takes willpower on the part of Western countries.
Do they have it?
Well, they talk about it.
Go ahead.
They talk about it. If you listen to the Coalition of the Willing, the European leaders, they're very strong in their statements, and they are very strong in putting their checkbooks on the table. But we need more.
Yeah.
More needs to happen.
If you ask me, there's a lot of performative politics here. There are sanctions that are billed as being very strong, crippling sanctions. When we first heard about SWIFT sanctions, we thought this was the quote-unquote nuclear option. It turns out that only 7 banks were initially de-SWIFted out of hundreds of Russian banks. And so oftentimes the measures that are taken are much weaker than they appear. But Western powers have the ability to do this. And the $300 billion in frozen assets is the clearest next step that European leaders could take if they had the political will. They say that this somehow could implicate rule of law concerns. But what are we talking about here with a country that's, perpetrated the crime of aggression against its neighbor and has instituted this filtration system where they're torturing, tens of thousands of people? Rule of law should apply in normal circumstances, but this is not a normal circumstance.
Man, this is so fascinating. I wish I could just keep talking to you folks for the rest of the show, but we have to leave it there. Michael Carpenter, Marta Dechok, it has been really, really great to get your insights this evening. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, we have much more on the summit between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Once again, there has been no deal on the war in Ukraine. Putin did invite the U.S. president, but to Moscow, and Trump did not accept that invitation, and nor did he decline that invitation. He said it might get him into trouble. So we're going to dig more into the story right here on Hannah Mansing Tonight.
going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed. And President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much. And we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, not quite completely shutting the door on the idea of having a meeting in Moscow. That's how President Donald Trump wrapped his Alaskan summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this evening. After a 3-hour face-to-face meeting, the leaders did not take questions after delivering their short statements. And the end result? Well, completely unclear at this point. No deal has been officially reached on ending the war in Ukraine, but President Trump says progress was made and that he would be calling the Ukrainian president today. Let's get some more analysis now, and for that we've invited to the show Peter Dickinson. He is the Ukraine editor at the Atlantic Council and the publisher of Business Ukraine magazine. He's joining us today from Kyiv. Sir, thank you so much for making time for us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to join you.
Mr. Dickinson, I wonder if we could begin by just getting your initial reaction to what we heard being said by Presidents Putin and President Trump.
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say too much, obviously, because we have such a small amount of information. I mean, I think my initial reaction would be relief that it wasn't worse, that it could have been worse, and we didn't hear any particularly outrageous comments from Trump, for example. The last time he met Putin, he came out of the meeting and basically said he trusted Putin more than his own intelligence service. So there was a lot of concern, frankly, here in Ukraine that we might hear some similarly outlandish comments from Trump after today's meeting. But what he said was quite vague. Of course, he was very, quite positive, but it was very vague, and my instinct would be that actually they haven't really agreed to very much at all. Also, the meeting was not particularly long. Before the meeting, the Russian side had talked about it stretching perhaps for 6 or 7 hours. In the final analysis, it was only a few hours. So I think my overwhelming impression at first is could have been a lot worse.
Okay, so it certainly could have been a lot worse, but is that the benchmark? I mean, the degree of vagueness of what we just heard between these two leaders, I imagine would leave maybe some people relieved, but others deeply frustrated because this thing was thrown together so quickly. President Trump acquiesced to a number of President Putin's requests, including not having Ukraine at the meeting. So what is the world meant to interpret of this vagueness?
Well, I mean, I think I can't really speak for the rest of Europe, but certainly in Ukraine, people are really waiting for Trump to lose patience with Putin. They're waiting for this charade to play out. As far as they're concerned, it's very clear what Putin is doing. Putin is simply trying to stall for time. He's simply playing games, creating new diplomatic formulas to try and drag things out, to try and avoid further sanctions, to try and avoid more measures against Russia, more support for Ukraine, while he continues to pursue the war. So it's really a question of at what point does President Trump say, okay, enough is enough? We've come closer to that in recent weeks, and I think that was the reason why Putin then came out with this idea for a summit. Today we've seen the summit. It doesn't seem that much has come out of it. So we're almost back to square one, and it really is a question now, I think, in the next few days, what kind of reaction you're going to see around the world and also in America from Trump's own supporters even. Are they going to say, look, come on, this guy's not serious. What's happening? Of course, we have to wait and find out. We'll find out in the next day or so, I guess, or maybe in the next few hours, exactly what has been achieved and what's been promised. But I would say that, I would make a prediction that that not a lot will be the outcome. And people will have to say then, okay, maybe it's just more of the same from Putin. And at some point, Trump has to say, okay, enough. Time to get a little bit tougher.
Let's talk about Putin's ambitions here. What is your best understanding of what he wants?
Well, I think Putin's been quite clear, and certainly in his actions. If we look at what he's done, now the Russians currently control around 20% of Ukraine. They've occupied 20% of the country, which is not a small amount, of course, almost a quarter of Ukraine. Now, in that part of Ukraine, the Russians are systematically erasing all traces of Ukrainian identity. So the Ukrainian language, culture, heritage, essentially Ukraine no longer exists there. So I think it's very reasonable to assume that that is his goal for the whole of the country. He wants to take more territory, that's clear. He says openly that Ukrainians are Russians. Even today, he talked about them being a brotherly nation, which is essentially Kremlin code for saying that Ukraine is not a foreign nation at all, it's part of Russia. And his overall goal is to basically extinguish Ukrainian statehood and erase the Ukrainian national identity if he's able to take over the country. So from a Ukrainian point of view, it's an existential war here. They're fighting for national survival, not just to be independent politically, but to exist as a nation.
Do you think that President Trump understands these what have been described as empirical ambitions for Putin? And I ask that because we've heard President Trump repeatedly refer to land swaps or territorial swaps, or that he understands real estate, and essentially this is an issue about real estate.
Well, I think that's a very good question. That maybe is the key question here, I think. And you're quite right, this recent talk of real estate, he spoke earlier this week about oceanfront properties and other very clear sort of property developer lexicon. That seems to be how Trump views the issue. He seems to think that if he can find the right balance and trade territories, he can resolve the issue. But Putin's not fighting for land. He's fighting for Ukraine. He needs to control Ukraine. And from Putin's perspective, it's really not enough. If any peace deal that leaves Ukraine intact, even if it's a smaller country, even if they have to accept the loss de facto, not de jure, but de facto of this 20% that's occupied, even if that's the case, if Ukraine comes out of it as an independent country, as a sovereign country that's able to continue pursuing its European integration ambitions, that's a big loss for the Russians. That's a critical loss for Putin personally. I don't think he's going to accept that. I don't think he can afford to accept that. And I think Trump really needs to understand that that's the issue he's got to resolve. He's got to convince Putin that Ukraine is here to stay, and America's not going to allow it to be wiped off the map.
Peter Dickinson is the Ukraine editor at the Atlantic Council, and he's the publisher of Business Ukraine magazine, and he spoke to us from Kyiv.